raises the gun, lets them go. Good start for Holt in lane 1 from Machette. Also on the outside, looking good in red, is Javane White. On the inside, Holt. On the outside, White. White on the outside goes by to win it in red. The time on the clock. We'll wait for the official time. But the wind in their faces. On the outside, Javane White. David Nugent coming through to win.
Yeah, we said he wasn't there. He wasn't there for the first 40 or so. But he came through strong. Lane number 3, who had that faulty start, Forbes, and lane number 1, Holt. Both of Mushet had the early running, but Javane White coming through in the final 40 meters or so to take that one. Still waiting on the time.
Comes across now 11.28, so heat 1, 11.65. Heat 2, anti-cranked up, 11.28.
Getting faster and faster, building towards the big boys. Hoping that we can have some fast times, relatively fast times, when the Olympians touch the track.
That's heat 4 with Rashid Dwyer and O'Shane Bailey. Also, former Stetsman, Chadwick Hines is in lane number 3. They're all sprint tech. And Odin McPherson, impressive at 60 last Saturday at the Puma Fuller Anderson Memorial Development Meet. He's also in it. Former Greater Portmore man. Right. Stocky, powerful, good starter.
Right from St. Catherine, I'm also looking to seeing what Odin McPherson can do. This is pretty much a GC Foster Sprint Tech clash, and it's going to show I'm suspecting none of these guys will want to lose to their training partner, so we'll have what I anticipate to be a very exciting race.
Track alerts coverage of the Western Relays, and that was a spoiler alert. Here's heat number 3. Ton, GC Foster, 2017 Curve the 100 champion, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jamal Russell, Comets. The meet was originally the Coca-Cola Comet Relays, lane number 2. Vashwani Silvera, GC Foster, lane 3. Enzel Roach, Comets, lane 5. Darian Perrett, GC Foster, lane 5. Orlando Houston, Atletico Union, that's from the west part of Jamaica. Andre Dacus, GC Foster, and on the outside, Jaheim Diosi, also GC Foster.
Interesting race. Not too familiar with some of these names, but let's see what they have to offer.
No Silvera in lane number 3 for GC Foster. 7 face the starter. 3rd race of the Western Relays 2022. Little shake in lane 2. Good start in lane 1 for Makeesh Compton. Compton has gotten away from this field and looks impressive. On the outside coming strong is Dacus, but it's Makeesh Compton of St. Vincent the Grenadines and GC Foster who comes through to win this 3rd heat. 11.65, 11.28, and now 10.75 for the Vincentian. Makeesh Compton in heat number 3.
Cranking up, you were getting faster and faster. Just heard the wind there, negative wind 1.3. So, solid time for Compton there, solid time this early in the season. Got a very, very good start, I must say, Compton, even with the little shaking going on right next to him in lane number 2. Remained composed and got a very good start. Had the race under control, and, well, Dacus coming through to nip him now announced.
I'm sure they look at it again, but
yeah.
Look real from where we were standing.
It looked like from Compton from my angle here, but Dacus being announced as the winner. He came through lead from lane number 7.
Looked good at 60s last week, and big finish.
Big finish.
On the photo finish, they're better placed than we are, and they've picked out Andre Dacus for heat number 3. This is heat number 4. The big guys. Kadrian Golson, GC Foster, 1. O'Shane Bailey, Jamaica International, many years now, lane number 2, former Calabar man. Chadwick Hines, Sprint Tech teammate, lane 3, former Stetsman. Sage Primus, lane number 4, GC Foster. Rashid Dwyer, lane number 5, Sprint Tech. Earl Simmons, GC Foster, lane 6. Javon Rollins, GC Foster, lane 7. And the aforementioned bullet starter from Greater Portmore High and GC Foster, Odin McPherson.
Going to be a very, very interesting race, Hubert. Expecting this one. Well, as we speak, I'm just feeling the wind picking up, and that's a negative wind. I'm sure that's going to affect the athletes a little bit in terms of this fast times that. But hopefully the wind dies down as they get to the start, because I want to see something under 10.5 right here.
I think you might get it. Compton and Dacus together at the line in heat number 3. We heard it 10.76 corrected. This heat, O'Shane Bailey has world relay medals for Jamaica in the past, and Rashid Dwyer, Commonwealth 200 champion, Pan Am silver, sub 20 man at 200.
I like O'Shane Bailey. I like O'Shane Bailey for this race. He's a hard worker. He's always been there about, a journeyman, but I like him. Thanks to get it done.
Part of the first Calabar High School team to break 40 seconds for 4x1 back in 2008 with Ramon McKenzie, and Bailey is in lane number 2 here. He's a great starter. Good start again there for Bailey. He gets out ahead of the rest of the field. Rashid Dwyer comes up to him, and on the very inside going fast too is Kadrian Golson. Golson and Dwyer right together with Bailey a bit back. It's Golson and Dwyer right together at the finish in heat number 4, and you asked for 10.5. It's 10.50 on the clock.
10.50 on the clock. Let's see what the official time comes down to. But I thought, as you said, O'Shane Bailey got his usual good start. Was looking good up to 40, but I was always a little bit concerned.
And Damien, it's 10.52.
Well, the wind got us a little bit there, Hubert. Didn't get the sub 10.50. We were
10.52, 10.56 for second.
Okay. As it relates to the race, though, I thought that's actually why he had control over his race. Never panicked when he was a little bit behind, and managed to pull that win out. I liked the way he looked. Not the quickest in terms of speed, but he tends to come on late, especially in the 100 meters. And as I said, remained composed when he was a little bit behind, and never rushed anything, and managed to take that one out. 5-2, negative win.
You're hoping for a sub 10.5,
yeah.
But in Jamaican language, win boss your bet.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Of course, men's 100 finished now. 4 heats gone. Last race going in 10.52. Close between Dwyer and Golson, and of course in that event the Jamaican record is the world record at 9.58 by the retired but incomparable Usain Bolt.
Almost a second faster than we saw here just now, Hubert.
Don't be unkind. He in the peak of form at the World Champs in Berlin 2009. God bless me, I was there, and these young men may yet do great things for themselves in the future.
Definitely, I'm looking forward to seeing guys take back Jamaican sprinting. We've gone on a little bit of a valley in terms of Jamaican sprinting from the highs of youth.
Hard to replace that crew though.
Very, very hard.
I remember one national champs where Lerone Clark would run 9.99, didn't make the national champs final. He was a Pan Am champion, a Commonwealth champion. His chapter, a huge one in Jamaican men sprinting, and didn't make the final that season because it was so deep. So hope Lerone Clark's tuned in. William Nib and Lincoln University man. Good morning, Mr. Clark. We get set for the women's 100. Just like the men, 4 heats, 4 sections. And Katie James of Machete, Brandon Daly of Bustamante, Alia Collins of Gooden of Machetes in lane 5, Shanice Straw, Kingston Tech lane 6, Abigail McDonald, Bustamante High, that's in Clarendon, lane 7, and Shania Douglas of Machete on the outside. 4 heat, that's heat number 1.
Yeah, the athletes really showing up here, Robert. As you said, they're trying to build that sprint team, and this is where it starts. You have to get into the meets. You have to get people used to sprinting at high quality events. So I'm looking forward to seeing where Machete is in 3-4 years. They obviously the work to get.
Lane 2 empty, no Daly of Bustamante. It's James, Palmer, Collins, Gooden, Straw, McDonald, and Douglas. Little walk down there. Head of Track Alerts, Anthony Foster, intrepid Sports Journalist of the Year a few years back. Battling with technical matters here at trackside. Cool in Spanish Town, which is unusual. The wind kicking up against the last heat of the men's 100 meters. I'm Hubert Lawrence, with me, Damien Nugent.
Thank you again, Hubert. I said technical on here and being heard clearly, hopefully. As you said, former Journalist of the Year, Mr. Anthony Foster.
It's like being an Olympian. You never stop.
You never stop. No. No. Once you get that award, you never lose it. It's something that all journalists look forward to at the end of the year. That sort of recognition.
If you're in Montego Bay, a special good morning to you. This is your meet, hosted temporarily by us here in Spanish Town. This is my town.
My town as well.
Not far. Two Spanish Town boys. Saying thank you to Montego Bay for lending us the Western Relays. It's the first heat of 4, women's 100, and the Jamaican record last year upgraded a couple of times, left standing at 10.54. Elaine Thompson-Hera in Eugene in the Prefontaine Classic. Big run.
Big run. We talk about the hills and valleys, the Jamaican female sprinting certainly on a hill right now.
Lane 2 empty, no Daly of Bustamante. James, Palmer, Collins, Gooden, Straw, MacDonald and Douglas. No lane 7, no MacDonald, no Lonate, no Douglas. Gun flashes, fast start in the middle for the homeward girl Collins. Diminutive but businesslike, gets clear of the rest of the field and blazes away from the rest of the field. It's from homeward. Collins comes through 12.547. The flash 10.55 rounded down to 10.47.
Yeah, definitely 12.47 for Collins from homeward. Personally, I thought that race was like chalk and cheese. You could see the difference between quality in terms of Collins and the rest of the field. Even from the start, just getting up out of the blocks, how she accelerated away from the field and just maintained. It was like a walk in the park for her. Other athletes definitely have some technical work to do in terms of their sprint form. But as I said, these schools are building and we want to see where they are, not now, but in 3-4 years from now.
The heats of the women's 100 filing out in front of us. Tiffany James, the World Junior 400 champion 2016, part of medal winning teams in Tokyo last year for Jamaica. She's among them. So Anastasia Lira made her way out there as well. She at champs in 2007, part of Commonwealth Games 4x4 gold medal teams in the past, and a Commonwealth silver at 400. So she's working on speed as we saddle up for a period of time, Damien, with a world championship, then another one, then the Olympic Games, then another world championship with the Commonwealth and Pan Am Games in there all together.
A lot of track and field to come, But as you mentioned, Tiffany James doing some speed work here, and I've noticed that particularly this year, especially among the ladies, the quarter milers, they've been doing a lot more speed work earlier, and that is something that I personally have wanted to see athletes get that speed in early. You see Tiffany James, we mentioned also here is Tovia Jenkins, and we would have
Limster this morning, she's here.
Yep. So we have the athletes, the quarter milers doing the sprint work early, and that's always a good thing for me. I want to see that. I want to see my sprinters, my quarter milers being fast early, and then you build into that season from there.
Let me be quite out of order. Olympic and world champs 400 bronze medalist Sharika Jackson last night in Fayetteville, Arkansas, 7.12, just one Jamaican faster. Brianna Williams 7.09. So from her behavior, from her actions, we can see she wants to go to Belgrade in March for the World Indoors. 7.12 personal best for Sharika Jackson.
That's going to be interesting because we have another Jamaican athlete who's going to touch the indoor circuit pretty soon.
Whisper it.
Elaine Thompson-Hera. It's going to be interesting to see which two we actually pick for that team.
Well,
And
they've got to do it on time, haven't they?
They have to.
When she ran 7.19, I think it is, at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet, did the win conversion 7.06.
That I did that as well. There was a lot of folks saying that 7.19, not a fast time, and I was saying, well, it's into a headwind. When we do the conversion, what does that equal to our first race of the season? I think she's in great form. Just looking at her at that meet, I thought she was in great form, even though the time on the clock wasn't the very best in the world. But I think that when she gets into her running later on in the season, we're going to see some very fast time. But let's get back to what's happening here in Spanish Town.
Heat number 2, Facey, Kingston Tech. Richards, Homewood. Lewis, Mochette. Palmer, Mochette. Chutkan, Bustamante. Charlotte Bell, just 13, Mount Alvernia High. Kemba Nelson. Powell, Homewood. And Walker, Kingston Tech in lane 8. They're trying to get their blocks quite set. Nelson ran last night, I believe, on the US College Circuit. Already this season in good form. 7:05 last year. The collegians tend not to go to World Indoors typically.
No.
Typically it's a schedule and travel clash.
Right. So I'm not expecting any of our Olympians to be, any of our collegiate athletes to be at World Indoors. But Kemba is somebody that I'm looking forward to later on in the season in terms of outdoors, World Championships and stuff. I like the Mount Alvernia athletes. I think they have something going over there at Mount Alvernia. You mentioned Bill. There's also Carletta Bernard in the next heat, and I saw them at Queen's Jackson. And for me, the girls from Mount Alvernia, in terms of their sprint technique, they looked fabulous. They looked like a well-drilled team, and it wasn't just one athlete. It was everybody looked technically sound, and that shows you that there's some good coaching going on over at Mount Alvernia.
Spoke to the staff at Mount Alvernia after Kemba's 7:05 NCAA victory last year. The girls began to train with extra energy after that, and I think it's carrying through to 2022. Little break here.
Yeah.
Heat 2.
Yeah.
Girls 100.
And that's the thing I want to mention, Bert. When you have these athletes amongst the junior athletes, it's always an inspiration. You look up in the stands, or you look over in the warm-up area, and there's a Elaine Thompson-Hera. You see her on TV, and she's right there next to you. There must be something that clicks in you and say, hey, maybe 5-10 years from now, I can do that.
And, you know, if you've been to the Western Relays at Catherine Hall, you can see over to the warm-up field from the main field, and in there you can see typically the Shelley Fraser Prices, Elaine Thompson's mingled with the children from Barracks Road Primary and the Montego Bay schools, and it really is inspiring for them. Here we go though. Heat number 2. Facey, Richards, Lewis, Palmer, Chutkan, Bell, Powell, and Walker. First section, 12:47. Out together in this second heat of the 100 meters, and looking good from Homewood is Powell. Beside her, and Bell goes right by. It's Bell of Mount Alvernia, who, inspired by maybe Kemba Nelson, flies by to win. 12.70, slower than heat 1, but polished sprinting.
Definitely.
From Bell of Mount Alvernia.
And remember, she's only 13 years old. I'm very impressed not only by her wit, her time, but how composed she remains. You get people at that age 30, and they get behind early in the race. They tend to panic. They tend to try to sprint fast. That's not how you do it. Relax through the race. She did that wonderful. Relaxed through the race, even though she had a little bit of challenge to her left, to her right. She relaxed and maintained form and came through for that win. I'm going to definitely be keeping an eye out for her definitely later.
So at Western Champs last year, I think she's first year class 3 this year. High stepping.
Yep.
Nice smooth arm carriage. Looking like a big sprinter.
Yep.
12.70.
Yep. You can always teach technique, Bert, but not everybody can learn it. And when an athlete gets that technique, eventually it's going to carry through. And if they have a little bit of talent and they learn that technique, then you're going to get a fast sprinter. So I'm definitely looking forward to her. I'm also going to be looking forward to Bernard, and you'll see exactly, have that eye, you'll see exactly what I spoke about with the Mount Alvernia girls, all high stepping, all high knees coming through. I'm excited to see what Carletta does.
This is her shortest race this season. Has run a 400.
Right.
Ran from lane 1 to win her 200 heat at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet a couple of weeks ago, and here dips down to the 100. Injury issues last year.
Yep.
Pulled up at champs in her 200 heat. Maybe shouldn't have run at that time, but spoke to her coach. She's fit. She's strong. She's ready.
She looks ready.
Into 2. Here's the lineup: Sinclair, Vertec, Gordon, Bustamante, Palmer, Homewood, Bernard, Mount Alvernia, Keane, Mochette, Burton, Homewood, Rafael Ricardo, Atletico Union, and Bailey on the outside from Homewood. She's left in the blocks is Bernard, but starts the motor now. In front of her, going away from her is Palmer. A cramp maybe, and Bernard high steps past her to take this win in his third heat. The clock stops at 12.19. The wind against them at 4.9 meters per second, but Coletta Bernard looking comfortable in her first 100-meter race of the year.
Very comfortable there. We mentioned the high stepping knees. Oh my word, they were out on display just now. Maybe a little bit too high. Maybe needs to bring it back a little bit, because I don't think she had that speed that I was expecting to come through in the last 20 meters or so. So maybe need to cut that high knee back a little bit, but it's obvious that these girls are being well drilled, so I'm sure coach will take her aside and discuss that with her.
Is she a 400 girl doing speed work at the low end?
Maybe, because those high knees will serve as an asset when you get to 400, you get to 200, may not be so much of an asset if you're overdoing it at 100 meters, which I think she's doing a little bit today, but I love those high knees. I love them.
The time to shoot at 12.19 for heat number 4. That's start time in that race. In lane number 4, former champs, class 1, 100 meter gold medalist Kashika Cameron. She was Erin Allen then. Now she's at UTEC MVP and their combined club speed unit.
Yeah. I've been waiting a little bit for Kashika Cameron to come through. I thought at high school, this is one that's definitely going to come through.
I still think so.
Yeah, I think so too. But it's taking a little bit of time for that to happen. And that happens sometimes. You do have some athletes who take a time to get to that level. One who I'm definitely watching as well is Ramona Bertel. She a fine example of one who has had that talent all along, but takes a little bit of time to come through. And I think Ashika Cameron will be one.
Here's the lineup: Anastasia Leroy, Sprint Tech lane 1, Michelle Harriet, GC Foster lane 2, Tiffany James Rose lane 3, Sprint Tech, Kashika Cameron speed unit lane 4, Mikhail Moody GC Foster lane 5, Tovia Jenkins Sprint Tech lane 6, Stewart MVP lane 7, and Williams on the outside going well. Good start for Kashika Cameron, has gapped the field. Leroy on the inside going well, but Kashika Cameron is clear. Cameron and Leroy on the outside. The time to shoot at 12.19. The time now 11.78 for Kashika Cameron of the speed unit.
Kashika Cameron, as I said, one to watch. Definitely showing her class. Also like Ashley Williams on the outside. She came through late. Early running done by Leroy and Kashika Cameron, but Ashley Williams also like her. She has a lot of range. Ashley Williams can do 100, 200, 400. Still searching for where her place is among the ladies. But as we said, Keshika Cameron is the class of this field.
And Damon, before we relocate back down to trackside for the circuit races, 11.71 into a headwind,
Yep.
Keshika Cameron.
2.3, negative 2.3. Early season. It says to me that she's doing enough work right now. When you get later on into the season, you're going to have to be running faster than that. But 11.71, it's an okay time. You're going to be satisfied with that. But as I said, later on in the season, it's when the time will tell. But in terms of her sprinting today, she looks solid for me. She looks very, very solid. Again, remain calm when pressure came from Ashley Williams on the outside. Again, that's something that I look forward to, seeing sprinters remaining composed, remaining relaxed when the pressure comes. It says that you know what you're doing, you have confidence in yourself, and I like Keshika Cameron.
Last one for you. This is the Western Relays 2022 from GC Foster and Spanish Town. Damian, the national team for the World Champs to Eugene, a big 100-meter team. Long range prediction from you.
Whoa. I definitely believe that our two top ladies will be there. One will be there based on the fact that she's defending champion. And as Shelley and Fraser, I think Elaine Thompson Hera will also have enough to make that team. Third and fourth person.
Thank you very much. We head down to trackside for the 400s.
Third and fourth person, I'll have to see how the season carries on, because there are so many persons that I'm looking at right now. The obvious choice, Rihanna Williams, Sharika Jackson, those persons are obvious fans, but we also have the likes of, I mentioned Ramona Burchell, who finished 5th at national trials last year and will want to be in the money, and others who are coming through. You mentioned Kemba Nelson, and there are so many athletes.
Jamaican record, 43.93 by Rashid McDonald. Rashid McDonald from the 2015 World Champs in the heats. This heat here, lane number 4, Denick Luke of GC Foster from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lane 6, Natal Reed of Kingston Tech. Lane 7, J-Val Wright. And Luke, good at 800 as well.
Yep.
Very strong young man.
Yeah, definitely. I think he'll make the running in this race.
Reed of Kingston Tech in the black, goes up the backstretch looking good. And Luke in the white vest and the black shorts steps up the pace at 200 meters and starts to gain on the field. Luke, GC Foster, chasing on the outside. Looks like right up Vertec going well too, but Denick Luke, tall and smooth, catches the boy from Vertec, comes into the straightaway with a bit of a margin. He's on the inside. White top, black shorts, smooth moving. Denick Luke of GC Foster comes through looking pretty good. Starts to feel the pace a bit near the end, but wins it in 47.70.
You know, Hubert, when you're right at trackside, the 400 meters looks so much longer than when you're in the stands and looking down. But as I said, and as you said as well, Denick Luke has lots of strength. Strength shows there in that race. Right from very technical, took it out hard in the first 200 meters. Denick Luke, the third 100 meters, started to respond, took the lead, built up a little bit of a lead, about 10 meters. And then right in the final 50 meters, trying to come back at him, which says to me that he might need to adjust his race plan. Because if you have enough to come back at a 800 meter man in the final 50 meters, it means that you've left something out on the track. But Denick Luke, 47.7, a solid time early in the season. Solid time.
I think the time rested at 47.74. A little bit windy here at GC Foster, so the 400 man hits the breeze on the backstretch or gets it in his back on the backstretch, hits it here in the home stretch, and had to fight his way to the finish.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we mentioned the wind earlier today. Your 400 in this sort of atmosphere where it's an open air stadium, you have to get that right. You have to be able to judge where you're going to attack, where you may need to just take it easy and cruise. And in the final analysis, I think Wright got that right. When the wind was with him, attacked a little bit. And when the wind was against him, eased off a little bit.
Ran for Dominica in the Olympic Games at 800 meters. Ran 1:54.30 in his heat in Tokyo. Luke did. 21 years old, and here testing his speed at 400.
And 47.7 says that he's probably a little bit better than 1:53 at 800. Obviously putting in a little bit of speed work early in the season. Again, like to see that speed work for the 400, even the 800 guys get the speed in early and then build on the speed.
Heat number 2, Jamar Davis, Vertec, inside lane 1. Javon Faulkner, Kingston Tech, lane number 2. Chavoy Thompson, Machette, lane 3. In lane 4, Shaquan Brown, also Machette. Garth Abbott, lane 5 empty. Should have been Abbott of the Comets Club. And on the outside, can see Montague Griffiths of Vertec. So J-Val Wright in heat 1, 48.2 for second place. And Davis and Griffith. That's 3 parts of a 4x4.
Yes,
Vertec winners of the 4x4 champs in 2010 with Demar Murray and Andre Clark and company. And looks like they're
building
up a
back,
4x4 team again in 2022.
Yeah, it looks at, as a matter of fact, the entire very technical program, both on the male side and the female side, building back after a few years of lulls and not being as sharp as they once were. Building back, class 3, class 4, those athletes now stepping up a little bit into higher classes, and you start now to see very technical looking a sharper unit.
Stand behind your block.
It's going to be interesting to see what these two very technical athletes do as well. Judging by what Wright did in the first heat, he looks to be a well-drilled athlete. Let's see if the batchmates, Jamar Davis and Griffiths, can follow up with solid runs.
This guy is 10% greater than it were 10 minutes ago.
Yep. A lot cooler and a lot more wind. Mentioned that in the 100s that I like the fact that we got the 100s off early, because this tends to happen in Spanish Town. As I said, Spanish Town man been coming to GC Foster forever. We know that as it gets later in the day, you get a little bit cooler conditions, overcast, and then the wind picks up at GC Foster.
Damon, there's a feather banner just past the finish line on the infield, behind near to the starter. Sports Development Foundation banner. It's fluttering in the wind up the straightaway. So
negative wind.
Good for the runners on the back stretch. Not so good in the home stretch. Heat number 2, men's 400 meters. The time to run at is 47.474 by Dan Luke of GC Foster.
So see away they go now for heat number 2 of 3 in the men's 400 meters. This event sponsored by Gibson McCook Relay. So at the top there, that's Montague Griffiths of their technical. In the mix is the man wearing 10.46, that's Carlington Williams of Bustamante. So it's still Griffiths of their technical leading the pack in the second heat of the men's 400 meters. This is an open event, and again it's sponsored by Gibson McCook Relay. So around the bend now, onto the home stretch. Griffiths leads the field. Lane 2 has Faulkner of Kingston Technical, being pressed by David of their technical. So David of their technical, he gets the win.
Gets there first. 52.54 on the clock for Jamar Davis of Vertec.
Not as fast as the first heat, but Vertec, as we predicted, would have 2 boys finishing within the top 2 or 3 athletes. Solid team. Not necessarily a team that's going to win you any medals at this point. Not sure what the 4th runner is going to be, but 52.54, solid run.
Heat 3 coming up. And,
this is the big one.
As with the hundreds, the pace picks up before they get deep into the heats. And, lane 5, maybe the young man to watch, Akani Slater. Lane 3, Demar Murray. Talked about him earlier.
We talked about Demar Murray. Murray has been one that has, like O'Shane Bailey, has been at it for a while. Has always been there and thereabouts. Done 400 hurdles, switch back to 400. As I said, journeyman, solid athlete. I'm also looking forward to seeing what Jomo Jackson can offer. That's Jackson. A few years ago was rumored to be somebody who's going to do something special. Hasn't really materialized, but when you hear a name, you always look out for that name, because it may take a little bit longer for that special thing to happen.
I'm going to tell Maury you call him a journeyman.
Good morning to GC Foster College of Physical Education.
Yes, he did.
Good to see you, Mr. Gale, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Holness. So good to see you all.
You know the word journeyman. Some people think
Intercol champion at 4 and 4 hurdles.
Yeah, he's
GC
been
Foster.
there and thereabout. But as I said, I don't think journeyman is such a derogatory term.
He's gonna beat you up. Here's a lineup: Biggs, Smith, aforementioned Demar Murray in blue, former Vertec man. Tuller, MVP in blue lane 4. Slater, Sprint Tech. Jackson, MVP. Houston, Atletico Union, and Levy on the outside, unattached. The men in blue are the men we have our eyes on in this 3rd heat of the 400 meters. On the outside, looks like Levy going well. And Murray starts to hurry, catches up to Johnny Jackson. Mid-race, the two men in blue running almost stride for stride. Outside them, Jackson looking good, so to Houston. And Murray hits a wall at the top of the curve. They curve into the straightaway now for this 30 to 400 meters. The time to run at 47.74. And Murray comes up, and Slater, an Olympian last year in the Olympic Games, has the lead. Just outside Slater is Jackson. They're close together, but Slater gets there first. Fastest time of the round though, 46.42.
Nice time, 46.42. I like that. Rounded up now to 46.48. I know everybody is saying, well, the world is at 43 seconds right now.
This is February.
It's still February. It's early in the season.
And we know people are watching from Montego Bay. They're probably watching again from the St. Vincent the Grenadines. That's where Slater's from. He too in the Olympic Games as well last year for his country, and has come to Jamaica to GC Foster to make some progress.
Where else to come but the sprint capital of the world if you're looking to become one of the top sprinters in the world?
One of my best friends says that Camperdown used to be the sprint factory. On the men's side, sprint results down a bit. Some good talents coming forward.
Yes.
Women's side, never better. Sprinters from all angles.
Yes.
Good future.
Good future. And I personally think that the men's side of sprinting will be back shortly. There are a lot of youngsters who I'm looking at who are exciting. Akeem Blake, Brian Level, who made the senior men's 100 meters final last year, switching down from 200, 400, showing his worth at the 100. Only 18 years old this year, just turned 18 years old, has already run 10.2. He gets me excited. I already mentioned Blake. Sachin Dennis, who has now gone pro, fastest 15-year-old ever. He now pro, training with the likes of Shelley and Fraser Price. It can only get better from where we're at right now.
Give you a couple more.
Sure, go ahead.
Wazim Williams, 2019 NACAC Under 23 champion, and the two top high school sprinters for this season, Sandra Davidson, St. Catherine High, he's a conqueror, and Greg Prince, St. Jago, last year's national Under 2200 champion, spun a 4x4 leg at Queens at 45.8.
There you go. And those are a couple of the names that people are going to get familiar with this year in Davidson and Prince. Prince, you mentioned last year, national under 20 champion, was a little bit of a shock to some persons, not necessarily those who were in the know and looked at Prince, particularly on his 4x1 legs for St. Jago last year. He managed to produce some fantastic legs. And for me, these are what these relays are about. You tend to watch the relays to see where the speed is. Sometimes coaches play games and they hold athletes back, but when you get to the relays, they don't have that comfort of holding anybody back. So you get to see the real speed, and you get to get some insight on where athletes are. So for me, these relays, Western relays, are key for me to judge speed, true speed, and where an athlete is.
Listening from Montego Bay and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And if you're a Jamaican, you know the game Tita-Toe and 3 card, designed to flummox those observing, trying to gauge the strength of your team. We're getting set now for the women's 400 meters, just 2 heats of those. And
only
then they
2
get
heats.
to relays. It's 10 minutes to 12 on Big Ben. And we're almost through the individual events. After that, all relays starting at 1 p.m.
Yeah, as we mentioned already, Hubert, Jamaicans, well, even if we're not on time, we managed to catch up this meet a little bit ahead of time. We're about 30 minutes ahead of time at this point. Excellent.
And
Love
of course, the Western relays, though, their meet director, Ray Harvey, he and the Custos of St. Andrew, Ian Forbes, managing the World Juniors 2002, known for running the meet bang on schedule, and that's happening this morning.
Exactly. Started on time or a little bit early. Everything so far has run smoothly. We haven't had any issues in terms of the logistics. And as you said, it's something that everybody's used to. It's almost as if it's putting on your pants in the morning, one leg at a time. You know exactly what you need to do. And we've been seeing that here today.
2 heats of women's 400 coming up. The Jamaican record standing from 2002 at 49.30. Lorraine Fenton, Olympic silver, world bronze, has the record. Sharika Jackson coming close to it, but changing events. And Maurice Westney, saw him coaching Devon Morris by the fence when I used to come here often, passing by as a schoolboy. He's here, Maurice Westney is. And the 400, did Sharika Jackson give up a chance to go sub 49 by changing to the 100?
Injured early last year. A lot of people don't know that. Injured early last year. Prompted a change, 100, 200. Served her well, I think. Got a medal at 100. And was part of a historic Jamaican sweep at the Olympics. You can't give that up. I think if you offered her that at the start of the season, she would have taken that.
Let's run the math. 1 medal at 4x1, 1 at 4x4, 1 on the 100 meters.
Right, 3 medals. Probably missed out on a medal at 200, but we won't.
Jamaica no medal at 200. Jamaica no medal at 400. Do the math. What's your thoughts?
Again, I think she made the right decision. And if you look at it, that record, I think that record is in danger. Stephanie Ann McPherson, you mentioned Sharika Jackson got close to it. Sharika Williams got close to it at one point as well.
49.32.
Right. Stephanie and McPherson got close to it last year. And based on what I'm seeing coming through, I think that record is in trouble this year. And if not this year, next year. When you look at the likes of Sharika Williams coming through, Stephanie and McPherson is still there. And there are so many other names there and thereabouts that I think they're going to push each other to something very, very special this year. And I think that record is going to be, if not this year, it's going to be next year. It's literally living on borrowed time at this point. The world has gone beyond 49.3. You have to be able to get to 49 flat to be guaranteed of a medal, I think, at this point.
Here's what it looks like. Lorraine Fenton, 49.30, that's the record. Sharika Williams, second all time, 49.32. Steph McPherson, 49.34. Last year in the Olympic semis in Tokyo. Sharika Jackson, 49.47. She did that in 2019 for her second World Champs bronze, and at 49.51, Candice McLeod, Olympic semis in Tokyo, she's 5th all time. And on Herb McKinley's birthday in 1988, Grace Jackson, sure she's tuned in. Good morning, Grace. 49.57. That was the record for a long, long time.
Yeah, as I said, if you look at it right now, and you want to include Sharika Jackson in there, you're talking about 3 of the top 5 ever being active right now in Stephanie and Candice, and if you want to include Sharika Jackson. You look at that and you look at who is coming, Renisha McGregor, Stacey and Williams. You look at who's coming and you think they are going to push themselves to something faster than 49.3. And I think that record is definitely on borrowed time. You don't get so many athletes getting so close to a record and nobody breaks it. Somebody has to do it.
We've got a little space ahead of our next event on the track. So we'll take a moment to refresh and return. Stay with us. Please stay watching the broadcast of the 2022 Western Relays. Hubert and Damian, boys from Spanish Town, holding the court for Montego Bay City.
We're still waiting the start of the women's 400 meters. So in the meantime, we'll give you some results of the men's 100 meters, which took place earlier. That event was won by Rashid Douaya, Olympian Rashid Douaya, 32 years old, from Sprintech. He ran 10.52, my apologies, into a negative 2.5 meter per second headwind. Kadrian Golson of GC Foster, 10.56. O'Shane Bailey, 31 years old, of Sprintech, 10.71. Makish Compton, GC Foster, 10.76. Andre Dakers, GC Foster, 10.85. Kadrick Hines of Sprintech, 10.85. Those were the leading men for 100 meters athletes here at Western Relays at GC Foster College. So there was no Western Relays last year. Western Relays returned to the track this year. We're back at GC Foster as it was in 2020 and 2019. Still waiting to return for Western Relays to return to the Catherine Hall Stadium in Montego Bay. We're still hoping that we'll return next year. Women's 100, Kashika Cameron of Speed Unit. She's 22 years old, 11.71. Anastasia Leroy, Sprintech, 11.76. Ashley Williams, Sprintech, 11.83. And Mikhail Modi, GC Foster, 11.97. Those were the athletes under 12 seconds. All would have run in heat 4 against a minus 2.3 meter per second headwind. Earlier, we would have also seen the men's 400 meters, because we're still waiting for the women's 400. The men's 400 meters, Akane Slater of Sprintech, 46.48 seconds. Jamal Jackson, MVP, 46.84. Demar Murray, Sprintech, 47.64. Denrick Luke, GC Foster, 47.74. And those were all the athletes who would have gone under 48 seconds here so far. So it's Western Relays 2022 on at GC Foster College, and as we would have known, this is the 43rd edition of the Western Relays. So, as you would have seen the other events, and as I said before, we're still waiting for the start of the women's 400 meters, but with the music playing in the background, we're going to have to break and come back later on.
Homewood, lane 5. Ethona Williams of Vertec, lane 6. And Julissa Knight of Homewood on the outside, lane 7.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens in this race. We mentioned the Mount Alvernia girls in the shorter sprints, looking good, high knees. We mentioned that characteristic high knees from them. Let's see what happens in this race with the girl from Mount Alvernia, Lynch. Not the typical 400 meter frame, a little bit on the shorter side, but I'm interested to see how she looks. And of course, we have a number of Homewood girls, 3 Homewood girls out there. So let's see what the Homewood 4x4 team or core looks like.
Lynch just 13, so the staff at Alvernia giving her a taste of what would be for her big time high school track and field.
Set.
The women's 400 out and going, and a fast start for Williams of Vertec. She closes a stagger on Knight of Homewood, and she's in the bright yellow vest, stepping nicely up the back straight away, covering ground comfortably is Williams of Vertec. That's a school that Sharika Jackson went to, and as she gets to the 200 meters, she's cruising now through the top curve and taking the measure of the field. Knight trying to keep pace with her, and now Williams steps up the pace, running into the straightaway. Well coached, you can see that. Turns into the straightaway looking good. It's Williams who steps forward. 10 meters clear, a challenge on the inside from Clark. Clark tries to come up for Homewood, but this is nice, polished runnings by Ethonia Williams of Vertec. She comes through to win. It's 57.73 for the first heat of the girls 400 meters, and Williams took control from the off.
Yeah, took control from the off, never relented, kept on putting in the work, and there was a point in the race where he thought that she was weak. A very, very even race from her. And in the end, 57.78, the final time rounded down to.
Have Matthew Tapper waiting in the wings. He comes up later on in the broadcast, I think. It's Spanish Town, Kingston. Ball
a little
head,
bit of a change.
ball head, dreadlocks, kid and play. Robert Bailey nearby as well. Second heat coming up though, and that's 57.7 for the first heat. And the wind at GC Foster, our problem. Last week, blustering as Christine Day ran 200. She's back now for the 400 meters. Here's the lineup. Kayla Kelly May, Vertec. Shauna K. Anderson, everyone watching her this season, Bustamante High. Danica Thomas, Vertec, lane 3. Alia Foster, Mount Alvernia. Christine Day, MVP, lane 5. Shanice Straw, KT, lane 6. Yasan Peart, Homewood, lane 7. And Isela Swaby, Bustamante, lane 8. And Christine Day,
Yeah.
Conworth
Should be
Bronze.
class of this field.
Conworth Bronze in 2014. Fourth in the World Champ 2015. And World Champion 4x4 in 15 as well in Beijing. Back at it, lane number 5.
Yeah, it's been a few years now since she's been at her very, very best. I think we're getting to the point of her career now where it's now or never. I think this year is going to be essential to where she ends up in terms of her ranking among the Jamaican all-time greats or Jamaican all-time 400 ladies. She's going to come up against a lot of competition later on in the year. We mentioned them, but it's essential that you get a solid start here and build your season towards later on in the year.
At her best, 50.16 for 400 meters. Conworth Bronze in a Jamaican sweep in 2014 in Scotland. Tacky High School.
Yep.
So if you don't come to a name brand high school, then she represents real hope for you.
Yep.
Can make it to the top end of Jamaican track and field. She's done that. 35 years old.
Yep.
Tells me she's in great shape this season.
Yeah, she looks as if she's in great shape. And, well, let's get to the race now, Julie.
She found the breeze heavy last week at 200 last Saturday at the Fuller Anderson Memorial Development Meet. And here she's in lane number 5 in full black.
Wind has actually died down a little bit over the last 10 minutes or so. So may help her. But Spanish Town, the wind can pick up any second. Set.
This is heat 2. All eyes on Christine Day with all her experience. Closes the stagger on straw of Kingston Tech and keeps on going into the straightaway. Day in black pushes down the back straightaway, goes past Swabia Bustamante in purple and flows nice down the back straightaway. She's strong in her career rather than really quick, and here is moving hard through 250. Christine Day, MVP, Jamaica International. Attack on the inside from Kelly May of Vertec, looking good in lane number 1. Day still looks good on the outside. It's on the inside, Kayla May of Vertec. Kayla May of Vertec going good. Anderson, white and purple of Bustamante chases her, and it's Kelly May who comes through for Vertec. Impressive, 53.47.
First of all, you'll be 53.46. That's a very, very, very good time. Very good time from Kayla. Solid race. Time rounded now down to 54.03. 54.03. As we see Christine Day, she's still down on the track. Right at the top of the bend there. But I thought after about 150 meters, I saw a little bit of a change in terms of her stride length. And I was worried at 150 meters that something was going to happen, and I had my fingers crossed. Unfortunately, it looks as if something went there.
That looks so sad. She's given up a lot to be in track and field at this stage. A lovely young lady, world champs, 4th in the 400, part of the 2015 iPopper 4x4 squad that beat the US in Beijing. And your heart breaks to see that happen for Christine Day. On the flip, in lane 1, Kelly May of Vertec, 53.4 from lane 1. Not a big girl, but some small ones win the Olympic 400 meters, like Tonique Williams-Darling in 2004. And that must be very, very promising for the staff at Vertec.
Very promising for Vertec. One heat number 1 came back, and one heat number 2 says that they have a crackerjack 4x4 team that they're building. And that's something that I'm going to be watching for later on in the day. I really liked how Kelly May looked.
And there's the medical team with Christine Day. There she is, moving on her own power though.
Yeah.
Rests easily, and hopefully the prognosis will be pretty good.
Yeah. Hopefully it's just cramps. As you said, she moved on her own volition, got onto the stretcher on her own power. But she's still tapping away at those legs. So sad, Ruby. As I said, saw a little bit of a change in terms of her stride length. First 150, she was just blasting away at the field. And then you could see a little bit of a change in her stride length, and you start, oh no, is something happening here, or is she just
Damian,
cruising?
This is painful to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
One of Jamaica's best athletes at this distance, 400, crumpled to the track at the 250, the 260, 270, being carried away on a stretcher. Christine Day, hopefully this won't be.
And the thing is, Yubi, based on where she was when she pulled and the final time and how she was approaching this race, you were thinking that maybe she gets into the 52
Sometimes
lows.
I know the MVP does tests within races, and you get the job to test yourself for the first 300 and you hold on.
Yeah.
But this is sad to see. She's crossing near the start finish, and hopefully she'll be all right.
I'm hopeful that she's going to be all right. She one of the athletes over the years that I've really liked. that I've really looked forward to seeing. She always tries, as you said, and has a big heart going up against all those girls over the years who have run super fast. She has never backed down. So you hate to see it, and especially at this stage of her career. She's 35 now, and you're looking towards closer to the door than closer to competing for another 4 or 5 years. So you don't want to have this happen.
Damien and Hubert at trackside, 2022 Western Relays. We're going to take a little break from the coverage. We come back at just about 10 to 1 in Jamaica time. That's just about 20 minutes from now for the opening ceremony and for the relay section of the events that make the Western Relays what it is, the baton events. So we'll be right back, just about 10 minutes to the hour. Hubert and Damien, we'll be back.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the GC Foster Complex. We're here for the Western Relays. I have with me today the meet director, Mr. Harvey. Good afternoon, Mr. Harvey. How are you doing today?
So far, so good. So nice to have you.
Okay. Fantastic meet so far. The elements cooperating with us so far. How has the meet been going so far for you?
We started early, which is customary, and we've maintained the little advantage we got in time, and we're now on a break. Opening ceremony comes next, and then we move at 1 o'clock. We move into non-stop relay. So far, so good.
COVID caused the Western Relays not to be held this year. You're back this year.
Not to be held last year.
Not to be held last year, right?
Right.
We're back this year. How has COVID affected the overall running of this meet so far?
It's almost twice the work to plan the meet because you have to prepare for the protocol. You have to get approval. It's a very detailed process, and it adds to the work necessary to have a meet like this. It certainly makes the work you have to do. It increases it.
Increases the work. Mentioned this is the Western Relays, specifically targeted at Western schools. Catherine Hall, 2 years going now, still not repaired. How has that affected the participation of Western schools?
Significantly. Generally, when we were in Montego Bay, we would get 1,800 to 2,000 athletes competing. We would have teams, 80 to 85 teams competing. When we come to GC Foster, the numbers are reduced. The number of teams are reduced, the number of athletes are reduced. It is a smaller meet. So we've adjusted to that, and we are making sure that the meet continues. Like I said, last year, the absence of the meet last year was tragic. And so we made sure this year that we have a meet. As far as the Western schools are concerned, typically we have somewhere around 25, 26 Western schools when we are in Montego Bay. Today we only have 7.
Significant drop off.
So.
That leads into the next question. What's the estimate at this point for Catherine Hall coming back on track? Completion of the repairs. Is there any word on that?
Well, I'm sure you've heard over the years that we've been told that it's going to happen. 4 years now it has not happened. There is a little murmur now that we're hearing, and I'm hoping that it will be the time when it's not just a murmur that it happens. But I don't have anything definite. We wait for the announcements to be made if something is definitely going to happen.
Okay. We have a jam-packed relay carnival, as you said later on today. 4x100, 4x4s, 4x800. What's the event that our viewers must watch later on today? Well, one event that we can tell them, don't miss this one, set your clock for this one. What's that one event?
Edwin Allen Girls Class 1, 4x1, the Clayton Twins. And company will, when they run, they're capable of breaking any record, anywhere, anytime, anyhow.
The Clayton Twins, yeah, you mentioned. I think 3 Nicole will also be on that
That's
team
right.
as well.
So
you're talking about 3/3 or 3/4 of a world record team right there, and they're going to have some special athletes or a special athlete joining up with that team as well. So there you have it, folks. If you want to set your clock on an event, it's a girls class 1 4x100 meters. Let me see what time that is going to be on real quickly, so you can set your clocks for that. Do you have any idea when that will be on, Mr. Harvey? I'm going through it right now to see if I can figure it out. Yeah, but we'll get the schedule for you guys so you can know what time that will be on. But don't miss that one.
There are the ladies.
There are the ladies, the Clayton Twins. I can get a quick picture. The Clayton Twins just walking by. So they are here, folks. And they will be competing later on. So don't miss that. We'll give you the time when they'll be running. But we expect something very, very exciting. Mr. Harvey, Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this insightful interview, and we'll be providing coverage for the rest of the meet, folks, and you'll get to see those exciting races. Thank you again, Mr. Harvey.
Thank Track Alerts for being here. Certainly
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
4x100 meters class.
Welcome back to all you track and field fans watching Track Alerts bring to you the 2022 Western Relays. Hubert Lawrence and Damien Nugent, the men from Spanish Town. Have Matthew Tapper with us now. Matthew, good afternoon. Glad you could make it. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, Hubert. Good afternoon, Damien and viewers. Good to be back.
World record, of course. First time working with Damien Nugent. World record again. First time working with Matthew Tapper. Matthew, you've seen the individual events.
Yes, I have.
The relays are coming up. What do you expect?
I'm expecting excitement. The Western Relays normally has some really good relays. Edwin Allen generally shows us good teams here as well. So I'm excited to see them in particular.
Edwin Allen has all the 4x1 records here for this meet. Some scorching times in Class 3 and Class 2. Those days with Kevona Davis here at this location. And Kingston College have all the boys records in the 4x1s as well. Some sensational runs by KC.
Yeah. Definitely the two powerhouses here generally. I can understand though that the meets has gotten a little bit smaller now since COVID.
No 4x2s this year. Damian, we saw the individual events this morning.
Yeah, definitely saw the individual events this
So
morning.
again, the draw for lane, Bustamante in lane 1.
I was impressed with a few of the athletes, but as I said, this is a relay carnival, and it's a relays that we're looking forward to. Mentioned earlier the girls class 1 4x100 meters. That's scheduled for 1:30. That's on the schedule for 1:30 with the Clayton twins. I'm expecting Serena Cole to be there as well.
Yeah, so
And if Bethany Bridge is also there, then you're looking at what is possibly the top Edwin Allen class
definitely
1.
should be an exciting team.
Yeah.
So the next
Exciting.
event on track now is the girls class 4 4x100 meters relay. One section in lane 1, Charlemont High. In lane 2, Kingston Technical High School. In lane 3, Mushet High. In lane 4, Edwin Allen High. In lane 5, Homewood Technical. In lane 6, Herbert Morrison. In 7, Mount Alvernia High. And in lane 8, Veer Technical.
Record on the books for this event, 47.60 by Edwin Allen back in 2016. And
So we ask the
they're here
officials to
in lane
raise
4.
your flag as soon as you are ready, so that we can know when to start. Officials at each box, kindly raise your flag when you are ready.
Looked at the times at the Sprint Fest in the 100 meters. Marisha Gale and Ariana Brown, 12.37, 12.85. The best of the young ladies lined up here today. And so Michael Dyke, Frank Field, has the team in pole position in lane number 4.
Definitely do, Hubert. Pole position, lane number 4, Edwin Allen, the team to watch.
They're in sky blue. Just behind them, Mushet High in lane number 3. A slow start for Edwin Allen, but the speed picks up in a couple of steps. Mount Alvernia in the white and the blue shorts looking good on the outside as well as they catch up to Veer Technical. Slow change for Edwin Allen, but they start to speed on the back straightaway. Speeding in the white top is Mount Alvernia on the back straightaway.
So Mount Alvernia,
Second exchange, no. Slow for Edwin Allen again, but big third leg. Sky Blues step forward, catch up to the girls of Montego Bay, and they pass the baton about the same time. Edwin Allen on the inside. They've got the record at 47.60, and they step away from everyone else in this class for 4x1s. Clock stops short. Wait for the official time, but Edwin Allen kick off the 4x1s with a clear victory.
Very impressive Edwin Allen team.
Time definitely not 42 seconds flashed. 48.90 is the official time for the Edwin Allen girls. I thought they got left in the blocks. As a matter of fact, the opening leg was stuck in the blocks. She was more than a step and a half behind when all the athletes had already gone out of the blocks. But that Edwin Allen team, Matthews, just so strong, especially that third leg runner had a fantastic leg and just brought Edwin Allen back into the money, and they were never going to relinquish that lead once they got ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they looked impressive. It's a young team. You have to remember this is class 4 girls. The changes were good. I can't help but comment though on Mount Alvernia. They were running actually really well on the backstretch.
Yep.
I'd love to know who the person on the backstretch was for them, but an impressive team. I believe they had a button mishap on the last changeover, which might have cost
as
them.
a matter of fact, Mushet as well had a button issue as well. So multiple teams on that last leg had button changing issues, and that, Matthew, can be attributed to that third leg from the Edwin Allen girls. You put some pressure on, people are going to make mistakes.
And then they're young.
Yeah.
You know, they have a lot to learn, and this is one of the first relay meets. So
yeah,
it's a time to really see where your team is and make adjustments where you need it.
You're probably looking at some of the girls running their very first relay meet for their schools. That's so right. A little bit of inexperience, you put a little pressure, and then you get that kind of mistake. Not going to kill them. We didn't have any buttons falling on the track as far as I can see.
Which is good.
Yeah, which is good. This is where it all starts. They'll learn from this. But Edwin Allen will, fantastic team. Button change is a little bit slow, but safe, and they got the job done. They knew that they were, in terms of foot speed, faster than everybody else. So no need to rush out of the blocks, as we said on first leg. Had a safe first pass, safe second pass, safe third pass, and the foot speed killed everybody else.
And the team there, Ariana Brown, Yashika Sinclair, Karina Tape, and Moesha Gale. 48.9 for Edwin Allen.
Tape on third leg. Fantastic third leg. Can't emphasize enough how good that third leg was. As we look as if we're going now into class 3 with section number 1.
So there's 2 sections for the class 3 girls, 4x100 meters. In section 1 listed, we have Mushet High B goes in lane 2, Bustamante High in 3, Mount Alvernia High in 4, Kingston Technical High School in 5, and Mona High listed in lane 6.
In lane 2, Mushet. Lane 3, Sugar Bustamante. Lane 4, Mount Alvernia. In lane 5, Kingston Technical. And in lane 6, coached by Samuel Brevet, Mona.
I really liked how Mount Alvernia looked in the last race. I expect them to do similar in this section.
Myself and Hubert were talking about it earlier today, Matthew, about that Mount Alvernia team being inspired by the likes of Kimber Nelson and Carletta Bernard in the higher classes. I like this team. They look like a very well-drilled team, and they look like they're ready to execute on the day.
Yeah, credits due to the coaches there. Clearly, whatever they're doing is working.
Yeah, whatever they're doing at Mount Alvernia, it is working. It's apparent. Spoke about in terms of the technique of the girls. They all look almost identical. You can see those high knees coming through. It's almost as if we're going back into the days of St. Jago with that forward lean. You remember those forward leans from St. Jago back in the day? You can identify that everybody is catching on to that technique that is being taught at Mount Alvernia.
So just moments away now from the start of section 1 of 2. The class 3 girls 4x1.
Little bit of a delay at the start here. See, I am anticipating what this will look like. One disappointment though is probably would have wanted to see what a Mount Alvernia Edwin Allen clash would have looked like in class 3. They separated in class 3, but let's see what the times round out today.
Set.
Mushet, Bustamante, Alvernia, and Mona. The 4 starters. Moving well on the outside, it seems to be Mona who changes first, just ahead of Alvernia. Those two, top 2 on the back stretch. Difficulties for the other 2 teams with the passes. Mona, Mount Alvernia, difficult to call. Alvernia moves first, and they will change first. May have been just outside the box, we'll see what the officials have to say. But Mount Alvernia dominates this one into the final change. Changes are quite slow, but Mount Alvernia with a big lead, definitely the faster team. And they will not be caught. And they take section 1, 50.15 the flash time, just ahead of Mona High.
Excellent start from the lead-off leg of Mona. She got out in front. Quick reaction to the gun. Mount Alvernia second out of the blocks. Second to the pass as well. But that back stretch from Mount Alvernia changed things up a bit. Seems as if Mount Alvernia has been putting the weapons on that back stretch to get things rolling. And once they got the lead, again, it was pretty much over. Mona could not respond to that. Third and fourth leg runner, anchor leg runner, could not catch those Mount Alvernia girls. But again, the disappointment for me, Matthew, is that we won't be able to see Mount Alvernia versus what I would think is a big team here, the Edwin Allen girls, and also very technical. Would have loved to see that matchup, but we get to see very technical and Edwin Allen, in this next race.
So the teams for section 2, in lane 2 is Homewood Technical High, in 3 Charlemont High, in lane 4 St. Elizabeth Technical High, in lane 5 Vertec, in lane 6 Mushet High, and in lane 7 Edwin Allen.
Almost forgot the Homewood girls there, Matthew. They're also here. So this is probably the big heat.
Yeah, perhaps it is.
There's a pack heat. The heat of death. See, Edwin Allen definitely out there. So it's very technical. Mushet. Homewood. Not seeing Charlie Mount in lane number 3.
Medley sponsored class 3 girls 4x100 meter relay.
And I can imagine at this time the athletes must be so nervous. Getting into the blocks, it can be quite a nerve-wracking experience, especially for the younger athletes. Experience plays a big role here.
Heat 2, the final heat for the Lindy Headley sponsored class 3 girls 4x100 meter relay.
Bearing in mind that the record, as we said before, is 44.65.
So we're seeing no Charlemont in lane number 3. So the starters once more: Homewood in 2, St. Stets in 4, in 5 Vertec, in 6 Mushet High, and in 7 Edwin Allen.
You almost pencil Edwin Allen into the winner slot in this race, but when you looked at the stats, only Terrelong, last year's Class 4 double sprint champion, among the top sprinters at the Sprint Fest in this class, 11.97, with no other girl under 12. She's on the backstretch, the tallest girl in Class 3.
Yep.
Box 3, ready. On your marks. Set.
Sent off now. And already Edwin Allen is out to a very quick start. And she begins to stretch her opponents behind her. And Edwin Allen will change first. Very far ahead of Very Technical, who's in second place now, battling with St. Elizabeth and Mushet High. But this one is all Edwin Allen with Terry Long dominating the backstretch. And they've made the second change now. and it's safe.
So they are large and in charge of
Behind them, chasing is Mushet. They're battling with Vera and Stets on the inside. Eden Allen makes their final change.
Homewood Technical in
And they have a commanding lead ahead of Homewood Technical.
Homewood.
And Eden Allen will
Edwin Allen
run through the line to take section 2. 46.67, the flash time for Eden Allen. Homewood finishing second and Vera Technical third.
Damien talked about loading up on the backstretch, and that's what Eden Allen did with Terralong. Cleaned it like Windex on the backstretch and broke away from the field. 46.70, much faster than Heat 1. And Terralong, up in class 3 this year, looks brilliant.
You know, Hubert, you always talk about in Jamaican track and field about paying your dues. You move into a class, you have to wait until the bigger guys and the bigger girls get their time to play. And you have to pay your dues and then wait a year or two until it's your turn to be the big boy or big girl. Terralong doesn't look as if she's going to be paying any dues this year. She looks as if she's going to step up into class and challenge those who have been in the class before. She looks fantastic on that backstretch.
And the other factor, of course, the new relay rule, 3 or 4 years old now, where no more 10-meter acceleration zone and 20 meter to pass, a 30-meter relay passing zone, so someone with high top end speed and can take the baton early and carry it late and influence the result more.
Yep, that is exactly what we're looking at right now. With the Mount Alvernia girls now with Edwin Allen, you put your strongest runner on that backstretch, give them as much room to manipulate the results, as you said, and it has been working so far. Look forward to see how that works out throughout the rest of the season, because persons now, with the rule change, persons have taken a little bit of time to get used to it, but I think we're getting into that point now where everybody is getting used to it and now looking to exploit that rule change and get that backstretch working.
Yeah, definitely becoming a culture of the 4x1s. Next event on track will be the class 2 girls 4x100 meters. We'll see 2 sections once more. In section 1, registered are Herbert Morrison, Mushet High, Charlie Mount High, and Mona High. And then in section 2, we'll see St. Elizabeth Technical, Edwin Allen, Vera Technical, Mount Alvernia, and Homewood.
No missing clashes here. Matthew, heat number 2 or section number 2 looks to be the big section with Stets, Edwin Allen, Vertec, Mount Alvernia, and Homewood. There'll be no disputing who will be the big dogs in terms of the sections. It's going to be section number 2. To warm us up, of course, in class number 2, likes of Herbert Morrison, Mushet, Charlie Mount, and Mona. Did not see Charlie Mount in the girls class 3 4x1s, and from what I'm seeing as well, I don't think they're out there for class 2 either. That's correct. Yeah, I'll just check on that in a second here.
So we have a merge for class 2 girls for
So it's
100
merged.
meter relay.
So it's merged.
Lane 1 will have Mushet. Lane 2 Stets. Lane 3 Edwin Allen. Lane 4 Ver. Lane 5 Mona. Lane 6 Homewood. Lane 7 Mount Alvernia.
Okay, so they've merged it.
Class 2 girls.
So ladies and gentlemen, what happened is we had 9 schools registered, 8 schools turned up, so they decided to use,
Lane 2 Stets.
in fact 7 schools turned up, and those are the 7 schools we're seeing on track now.
Lane 6 Homewood and Lane 7 Mount Alvernia.
So no Charlie Mount.
Event sponsored by Custom Marble.
Charlie Mount out. And is that Mushet as well?
43.94.
They're
set back in
out.
2019.
So a merger of both heats. So instead of getting a warm up and then a clash of the Titans, we're getting one heat and we'll get the running on the way without any sort of warm up. And getting closer and closer to the moment I'm anticipating. I can't wait until I see those Clintons getting out in class 1. looking all over if I can see them. Goosebumps coming up. You can see here. Literal goosebumps, folks.
He's excited, ladies and gents. He's excited.
2 heats for class 2 girls for a 100 meter relay. This event sponsored by Water. Lane 1 has Mushet. Lane 2 Stets. Lane 3 Edwin Allen. Lane 4 Bear Technical. Lane 5 Mona. Lane 6 Homewood.
The record for this event, 43.94 seconds, set by Edwin Allen, of course, in 2019.
Under the tent closest to the exit gate. Welcome, sir. Welcome as well to Mr. Denzel Wilkes, General Manager for Sports Development Foundation.
And a correction, the sponsor of this event is Water. This is the 4x100 meters class 2 girls event.
So as the athletes set and test their blocks, we look forward to the Gibson relays in a couple of weeks.
Yep, that's going to be the big one, where the big guys and big girls come out to play, and I'm anticipating that as well. Gibson Relays has a strong tradition in Jamaica's track and field. One of the events that has been affected by COVID, but let's see what it's like this year.
Athletes now being sent to their marks for section 1 of 1. Class 2 girls 4x100 meters. They're sent off now. Homewood running well on the outside, so too Vera and Edwin Allen. Homewood changes first. Mount Alvernia moving well on the back stretch now. Stepping away is Mount Alvernia. On the inside, Edwin Allen and Very Technical battling. Alvernia will change first, courtesy of that extremely magnificent back stretch. On the inside, Edwin Allen. Homewood is battling as well. This one should be a close one, ladies and gentlemen. Final change is made now. Homewood moves early. Edwin Allen on the inside. Edwin Allen will press. Homewood is fighting back. But there will be no catching Edwin Allen on the inside. And it was button changes, ladies and gentlemen, that made the difference. An exciting class 2 race. 46.81 for Edwin Allen.
46.81. Flash time 46.82 rounded up to Matthew. However, Edwin Allen winning 46.82. Have to mention that first. However, second leg, Carletta Bernard for Mount Alvernia. Did you see that, sir?
It was impressive. It was impressive. Perhaps some of the best running I've seen all season.
Oh my word. Mount Alvernia just didn't have the firepower to hold off the big three. The Very Technical, the Homewood, the Edwin Allen, who came through for the top 3 position. But I was very much impressed and wowed by Carletta Bernard. This is why I watch the relays. As I said, you can hold back in the individual events. You can go out there and run to a plan. But when you get to the relays, you have to unleash that speed. And I was very impressed by Carletta Bernard on that second leg. The other teams may have had a more balanced team and got ahead of Mount Alvernia, but I was blown away by what I saw as we see the big girls coming out. The big girls, class 1. And it looks like it's going to be the big team. It looks as if we're going to get the big team coming out. 2 twins, Brandy Hall. I'm looking if that Serena looks. Can't see from my angle that I'm on. But definitely Brandy Hall and the Clayton twins are out. And looks as if it is Serena Cole. So that is the big team. That is the team that you're expecting to do special things this year.
Great first leg in class 2 from, looks like Meikle of Homewood. Great second leg, Carletta Bernard. So she's back fully fit. And Matthew now the big team comes
Sorry,
out
that's their technical
for girls
third,
class 1.
47.44 for their.
That's going to be an exciting relay. I'm just trying to check back now at the record books because every time these girls step on the track, that's the first thing you have to look at. What was the record? And what kind of shape are these girls in? Definitely looking a lot more powerful than last year.
43.94 in class 2, and I think it's Homewood 44.18 in class 1. So this team, spoke to Michael Dyke a couple of weeks ago, he reckons that this team could go sub 43. Maybe not today, this early in the season. Cole 11.72 at the Sprint Fest last week, Friday evening. Easing off at the very end. We've seen a 23.6 for 200 by Tina Clayton at Jamaica College and a 24.5 here at bad wind conditions. Her sister T hasn't come out yet this season, and Brandy Hall, last year's class 1 100 champion. So a fantastic team for Edwin Allen, coached by Michael Dyke, and expecting something nice now.
Yeah, this will be a team that people will remember for years to come, and it's exciting to be able to witness it now. I can say, I was with Hubert Lawrence trackside at GC Foster when I saw the super team open their season in 2022.
And a group of veterans passing together since class 4. So they know what to expect from each other on the 4x1, and very reliable as a 4x1 unit. We expect them to go all the way around and quite fast today. The record 44.18 in danger.
Definitely.
And the record held by Homewood Technical 44.18 seconds, set back in 2006.
Just 2 teams in class 1 here. Serena Cole, last year's class 2 long jump champion. She and the twins coming from class 4 together, all first year class 1. The team in the final, Bustamante High. I think Dion Mantok is the coach there, and you can see how they've improved the last couple of seasons. So just 2, but not short on quality. But I'd love to see Haida here today. Class 2, Alana Reed and Kerika Hill. She World Championship Junior 4x1 gold medalist. Looked real good at hurdles last week. And Brenna Liston. Well, Kerika Hill is class 2 in the class 2 race, and Liston in class 1. Solid class 1 team for Heidel. Coach Bernard, also a relay expert.
Officials, kindly remember to raise your flags once you are ready. Officials, kindly remember to raise your flags once you are ready.
On your mark.
So as we said earlier, Edwin Allen holds all the records here, all the sprint records here. Class 1 is Homewood, that's right. So if they can get this record, then it will be all the records.
I think so. And a real possibility.
Set.
Cole out fast on the first leg for Edwin Allen, chasing them in the white and purple of Bustamante High. And Serena Cole, expert on the first leg, runs the next exchange zone, pass connected nicely to Clayton. Smooth, seamless, first pass by Edwin Allen, and Clayton comes flying down the back straight away. She's cruising, not flying. The exchange again, a little bit slow, but Edwin Allen looking comfortable on the top leg. They're so easy, Edwin Allen. It's like Brandy Hall on the third leg, the class 1 100 champion. The last exchange, smooth and comfortable, and Edwin Allen are flying here at the Western Relays in the 4x100 meters. The world junior champion comes across 44.28. They've just missed the record, but that was oh so easy.
Very easy. It seemed effortless. The girls played it safe. I think it showed their technical ability showed well.
That was a training road though.
It was easy. It was too easy.
Too easy. My only disappointment so far today is that they didn't have somebody here to challenge them. As we mentioned, Heidel would have given them a nice little run and probably pressed them a little bit to have them run a little bit faster. But to run 44.3 in that fashion, nobody even pressed. Serena Cole was easy out of the block. Safe exchanges right around. And nobody pressed that. Literally a training run here, and they still dropped 44.3 at this event. That's amazing.
It tells you the quality that Ordinary really has. I mean, for a team to come out here and look so professional in the way that they're doing this, it really shows how hard they work in training and how ready these girls are.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them over the rest of the season. You mentioned Gibson Relays, champs coming up. I think this team has the ability to run something shocking, maybe even a world junior record. That's how good they are. I mentioned that 3 or 4, and this team is part of a world junior on the 20 4x1 record team. You bring back Brandy Hall in, who is the class 1 100 meter champion. You're looking at a stacked team.
I can't imagine if this team were to set a record, how long it would take to break it.
That's going to be amazing. Just think about it, Matthew. A high school team sets a world junior record. We've been looking forward to this team competing for a couple of years now. Before Brandy Hall, we had Kevona Davis and the twins and Serena Cole in 2019, and everybody was looking forward to seeing what they were going to do in 2020. Unfortunately, that party was spoiled by COVID. We were looking towards maybe having them run at Penn Relays and see how fast that team could run. Lots of talk. Oh, just a second. Let's see if we can get a word with the girls.
After that, we should have the class 3 boys. Then we move on to class 2 and class 1, where we have 2 sections for the class 1 boys. Followed by the 4x100 meter. Special thanks again to our many sponsors.
First of all,
The Jamaica Olympic Association.
tell me about the performance.
Well, I'm proud of my performance as I came out here and I finished the race injured free and anchor my team to victory. No sir, we are not disappointed because we know that we have better in us and we will get it the next time.
This is your start for this season.
Well, things are going great so far. Injured free. Hope that lasts throughout the season.
Look very easy out there. Was that instructions? Just take it easy.
Well, that's not an instruction, but we decided to take it easy.
So you did take it easy?
Yes, sir.
Your thoughts on the performance of the team? Your name again?
Tina Clayton. Well, I think that my team came out here best. We just didn't come out here to break any record or to create any scene. But we just came out here to ensure that our team is qualified so we can run at the Boys and Girls Championship.
And your team won all the relays. How do you feel about that though?
Well, I feel really great to know that we win all relays and in good times also. So I know that there are things we have a lot in us to prove.
Girl champion, looking to return this year?
Yes, once my team stay focused and work hard, discipline, I think that we achieve a lot of things out of this championship. I'm just going to keep 2022.
All right. Thank you.
Cameron.
No, I'm always Cameron.
What's your first name?
So, just to give some results from the 4x1 relays for girls in class 4. Edwin Allen won in 48.90 ahead of Veer Technical 50.40, Homewood Technical 51.14, Mount Alvernia 53.12, Mushet 56.33, Kingston Technical 58.89, and Bustamante High 60.04. That's the results for the class 4 girls 4x1, where Edwin Allen came out on top in 48.90. In class 3, Edwin Allen again won in 46.70 ahead of Homewood 47.76, Veer Technical 48.28, Mount Alvernia 50.20, St. Elizabeth Technical 50.34. And of course, we're also in the process of lining up another interview with let me see who this time. Davian Nugent. He is with Dyke.
Yeah, 4x1s, and so far we have done just that.
And no records, but how do you feel about that?
Well, the competition wasn't of what we anticipate, so I think it's a good outing, our first relay for the season. I think they did well.
Coach, this one we to was that
it's important that they get a and they coming up front. But just enough.
they look easy. Was that the
So to continue with the results, we must apologize for the viewers not hearing us earlier because of some technical difficulties with that interview with Edwin Allen's coach Michael Dyke. But Edwin Allen, as we said earlier, won the class 4. We gave you that class 4 4x1, and class 3 Edwin Allen won in 46.70 ahead of Homewood Technical 47.76, Veer Technical 48.28, Mount Alvernia 50.20, St. Elizabeth Technical 50.30, Mona 52.60, Mushet 54.59, Bustamante 63.34, and Mushet 59. Sorry about that, but it's 69.16. We turn our attention now to class 3 girls. Edwin Allen again. This is class 2 girls actually. Edwin Allen again coming out on top in 46.82 ahead of Homewood 47.06, Veer Technical 47.44, Mount Alvernia 47.73, Mona High 52.25, and Mushet 67.98. Class 1 girls, and this of course was contested by 2 teams. Edwin Allen winning with the twins Tia and Tina. Brandy Hall was also there, And I'll have to check with Mr. Nugent to find out who was the other member of the Edwin Allen team. But Edwin Allen winning in 44.31, and as I said before, Tia Clayton, Brandy Hall, and trying to get the name of the Serena Cole made up that Edwin Allen team, a super team. Davian Nugent would have alluded to, but only 2 teams took part. Edwin Allen winning ahead of Bustamante 44-31 to 48.52. And we're going to throw it over now to Matthew Tapper, who will take us through for the boys section.
So section 1 of 1, class 4 boys. Mushet in 3, KC in 4, Herbert Morrison in 5. Kingston College, of course, the record holders in this one. Sent off now. Kingston College making a move on the inside already on Herbert Morrison. They will change first. Oh, mishap with the button, and Kingston College did not make that change. And Herbert Morrison will press forward. So both Kingston College and Mushet unable to make the changes in the first segment, and Herbert Morrison though still able to carry the baton around, and they will be the only teams to finish this race if they're able to get a clean change here. That was perhaps a change not in best practice, but nonetheless they are finishing this race. And some work to be done. 48.93 the flash time now for Herbert Morrison.
Yeah, Herbert Morrison. Herbert Morrison missing in a number of events. Not missing here. Mushet and Kingston College having horrible first exchange. Kingston College athlete in particular looked as if he forgot that he was running a relay. Just took off and kept on going. And then when he realized that, hey, I'm running a relay, he kind of turned back trying to get the baton. But as we said, this is class 4. Yeah. These are 11 years old, 12 years old. They're just learning. They're just getting into it. So you can't bash them too much. If you want to make a mistake, you make the mistake here. You don't make the mistakes on the big stage. This is a learning. And I'm sure that youngsters from Mushet and Kingston College have definitely learned a lesson here.
Definitely. You can see the disappointment on the boys' faces as they walk back to their respective tents. It's definitely a big lesson, especially for the first two. The third and fourth leg might not believe they have learned much, but a learning experience nonetheless.
If once you're a part of the team, you experience what that is like. You see somebody else do it, you don't want to do it as well. The disappointment of not even completing the race, it's something that you can't teach without actually experiencing it. And as we've said before, these are class 4 athletes. This is probably the first time they've had an opportunity to run for their school, to compete for their schools. The nerves is there, the inexperience, and that tells on the day. But they're going to learn something from this.
So we had one finisher in section 1 of 1 in the class 4 boys 4x1. Next event on track will be the class 3 boys 4x100 meters.
Well, we can perhaps, that race is scheduled for 2 o'clock, so perhaps we can go through with the opening ceremony.
Yeah, I think we're going to have the opening ceremony now. Athletes have been sent back. So opening ceremony now. So let's get ready for that as we have a little bit of a break in the activities. I can tell you I've had a grand time so far. Pretty much everything that I've wanted to see today I've seen so far on the girls' side. I've seen the likes of Carletta Bernard looking fantastic, looking healthy for the first time in years. The Clayton twins looked good, running easy. Serena Cole looked good as well. The big team, as I like to call them, they all looked good. Coach said, hey, had a late start, but they're looking good. As a matter of fact, the entire Edwin Allen team looked good. So my I and what I'm looking for today has pretty much been fulfilled on the girls' side. Looking forward to see what the boys bring to this event.
Definitely. So the Class 3 boys are scheduled to start at 2 p.m., which gives us just about a 14-minute window wherein they intend to host the opening ceremony for this, the Western Relays 2022.
That was class 4 a while ago. So next class 3.
kindly remain standing as Miss Charlton will come and offer prayer.
Let us pray. Father in heaven, we give you thanks and praise for yet another day. We thank you, Lord, that even after 2 or 3 years break, you saw fit for us to come together again. Sponsors or no sponsors, Lord, we thank you for the indomitable spirit of the organizers who plodded through just to see our athletes participate today. And so, Lord, we ask you to continue to bless, guide, and direct all of us. We pray, oh God, protection for every admin, every official, every athlete, parents, and guardians, that you promise, Lord, that no plague will come near our dwelling as we continue to do the business of track and field. And so, Lord, give us your grace, give us your mercy in Jesus Christ. Amen.
So at this time, we'll hand over to our founder, or chairperson of the organizing committee, and a man that I absolutely adore, Mr. Ray Harvey. Put your hands together for Mr. Harvey.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Good afternoon, everyone present. I just want to say welcome, and I want to say thank you to all the people who have made this event possible. Speaking about the athletes, their coaches, their managers, their support system. Thank you very much. Thanks very much to our meet officials. We have 2 teams of meet officials, those who run the meet and those who abide by the protocol and ensure that we abide by the protocol. I want to say thanks to our sponsors, 2 of whom are here and will address us. We needed the help, and they gave us the help, and here we are today. Thanks very much to everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Put your hands together for Mr. Harvey. At this time, I will invite our patron to step forward. He is none other than Mr. Leroy Cook. Put your hands together for our patron. And Mr. Dwight Fraser will read his citation.
Thanks so much, Celia. In 1998, Western Relays took a big step forward when electronic timing was introduced. This was while they were still on the grass at Cornwall College, and still a few years before we would move to the Munda track at Catherine Hall. The man at the helm of this quantum leap was Leroy Cook, who would become one of our most faithful partner and official, never missing a staging in the next 2 decades plus. Track and field in particular, and sports in general, has been part of Leroy's life, from being a competitor, coach, official, and administrator. The former track and field athlete at Stats, CAS, now UTEC, and Seton Hall in the United States, where he earned a scholarship, has ran the 100, the 200, and the 400 meters, and went on to represent Jamaica at the senior level. Cookie, who is also the director of records at the J3As, got into administration and coaching back in 1984 as an assistant coach at New York Institute of Technology, sharing duties with the great Jamaican coach Foggy Burrows. Upon his return to Jamaica, he assisted the legendary Dennis Johnson as coach of CAS, now UTEC, Then in 1992, he became an IWF certified electronic timekeeper. And this led to an enviable catalogue of achievements that has included that of the IWF electronic photo finish judge at the World Juniors back in 2002 in Kingston, and Jamaica Amateur Athletics Association J3's chief electronic photo finish judge. He has been named on the coaching panel to several international championships and has served as a manager of several national teams, including IWF World Championship 2017, 2019 Pan Am Junior Games, Jamaica Triathlon Association manager to the Pan American Games twice, manager for triathlon team to the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, the J3A's assistant coach to World University Games twice. He is the chairman of the Advisory Council at the University of Technology UTech, School of Computing and Information Technology, and is a certified Level 1 IWF track and field coach, certified Level 1 International Triathlon Union ITU coach, an official for triathlon. He was invited and has attended the last 3 ITU World Congress meetings. Our patron is one of the founding members and past presidents of the Jamaica Triathlon Association, the former CEO of eGov Jamaica Limited, Fiscal Services Limited, the FSL, and a former board member of Central Information Technology Office, the CITO. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 2022 patron of the Western Relays, Leroy Cook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Put your hands together for our patron one more time, Mr. Leroy Cook. Mr. Harvey and Mr. Cook. Thank you very much, Mr. Cook and Mr. Harvey. At this time, we're going to have sponsors' remarks, and we invite Mr. Christopher Samuda, President of the JOA, to come forward. Put your hands together for Mr. Samuda.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to first congratulate Ray. Many years ago, his mind has an appointment, and his body now has kept it. And this is the JOA's mandate. Sport must have an appointment, and we, the body of sport, must keep that appointment. This meet is the birth of a man's dream. And a man's dream has been kept alive by the reality of our commitment and our dedication. I want to congratulate the patron, my good friend Leroy, for not only making track and field his commitment nationally, but the integrity with which he brings to track and field. Ray and Leroy are exemplars for track and field. So the Jamaica Olympic Association is very pleased to be a part of this appointment, the birth of which took place many years. And we pledge that as the apex body of sport in Jamaica, we will ensure that the efforts, the commitment, the dedication of Ray and Leroy are kept and bequeathed to successive generations in track and field, and that their legacy will be kept alive. Thank you, and continue to support this meet, which is not only a meet and an event, but as we say at the Jamaica Olympic Association, it's an experience that we must commend to our youth, that it will be character building, and that they will see this meet as not only an event for their athletic prowess, but for them to build character, as I said. Thank you, Ray. Thank you very much, Leroy. It certainly is our pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher Samuda, President of the JOA. We move now to Mr. Denzel Wilkes, the General Manager at Sports Development Foundation. Make him feel welcome, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Harvey and his tremendous team, our athletes through the years. And when I say through the years, we can go way back, not just to the past century, but not too far from the beginning of the last century. Our athletes have been making us proud as a nation. The Western relays has become part of the ground on which they stand, on which they practice, on which they are able to hone their talents. And so, from the Sports Development Foundation, from the Ministry of Sport, when we learned that there were challenges, we considered it our duty to step forward and participate. We consider it a privilege to be here today, and we look forward to just more and more talent coming out. We hope that this tenacity that has been displayed by the organizing committee, in spite of the challenges of having to leave Mobay to come here, in spite of the pandemic, they have weathered it all, and here they are today. We commend them, and we promise, we give you our word that you have our support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkes, General Manager at Sports Development Foundation. We have come to the end of the opening ceremony, and I would like to thank all the members here. Of course, our sanitization lady is none other than Jassette Foster, a first-year student here at GC Foster. Please put your hands together for her. And I want the applause to be healthy, because I'm sure we all had lunch. Thank you, Trudy Williams. Thank you, Ms. Vilma Charlton, Mr. Ray Harvey, Mr. Denzel Wilkes, Mr. Christopher Samuda, and Mrs. Campbell, and of course to our patron, Mr. Leroy Cook. Put your hands together one more time for our patron, Mr. Leroy Cook, as we say thank you to all our sponsors who made Western Relays possible. Sports Development Foundation, Jamaica Olympic Association, Water, Parade, and they are here rehydrating our athletes. Track Alerts is here, Custom Marble for beautiful kitchens and bathrooms, and they are in Montego Bay, Freeport. Thank you to Gibson McCook Relays, World Class Athletics, On the Run, Events Management, the J3As, of course, the meet is sanctioned by. Thank you to University of Nebraska Track Team, Denny Walker, Dr. Dick Strond, Lindy Headley, Ron Seals, Pat Seals, Dalkeith Hannah, Byron Lewis, Bio GT Engineering and Sanitation Services, and Deja All-Inclusive Resort for the launch of the venue. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
just a couple moments away from the start of the Class 3 boys 4x100 meters. Just about 7 minutes delayed. The lineup: Kingston College in 3, Excelsior in 4, Very Technical in 5, Herbert Morrison B should have been in 6, Bustamante High in 7, and Mushet in lane 8.
So again, the lane draw for the Class 3 boys 4x100 meter relay. Lane 3, Kingston College. Lane 4, Excelsior. Lane 5, Very Technical. Lane 7, Bustamante. And lane 8, Mushet.
On your marks.
Record for this event, 43.75 seconds, set in 2020 by Kingston College. They're in lane 3. KC goes out quickly on the inside.
At the top is Mushet, Bustamante.
And he passes Excelsior on the outside. They'll change first. Mushet on the outside, running well as well. But there goes Kingston College.
So it's Mushet, Kingston College.
Again, they make the changeover first. Mushet is right there, but Kingston College will make a move on the inside now.
Kingston College.
Excelsior and Veer trying to go with him.
Begins to make up some ground. The final change now, Kingston College.
Kingston College large and in charge. The defending champions. They will get to the line first for no doubt. The record 43.75. Is it safe?
It's just about safe.
And it is. Flash time 45.36. Just ahead of Excelsior.
Very Technical third.
Very Technical finishing third.
Solid run there from Kingston College. Button passing was okay, not spectacular, but okay. But again, that second leg, we've spoken about it multiple times today, but we have to speak about it again, because that second leg from Kingston College was just out of this world. And then the anchor leg runner, I think, did a solid job, but by the time he got the baton, it was pretty much over and done because of that performance on the second leg. Again, we mentioned it already, we're going to mention it again. The work is being done on the backstretch. The backstretch is being loaded up, and people are going to work on that backstretch.
And it was also an impressive run by Mushet High.
Yep.
For the most part, they tried to keep with the defending champs.
Yeah.
And they did well.
Yeah, did very well, especially the first leg run. I thought on first leg it was pretty much even between Kingston College, Bustamante and Mushet. And they did pretty well in terms of pattern changes as well. But you got to have a solid 4 if you're going to run the relays. You can't have a strong opening leg and then fall down in the middle section where everybody seems to be putting in the work.
To Kingston College for the Class 3 boys, 4x100 meters, 45.38. Second, Excelsior, 47.07. Third is Veer, 47.29. Fourth, Mushet, 49.27.
So the next event on track will be the Class 2 boys 4x100 meters.
The Class 2 boys are on track as we get ready for that event.
The lineup for this one: in lane 1 is Mannings High, in lane 2 Excelsior High, in lane 3 Mushet, in lane 4 Kingston College, in 5 Herbert Morrison, in 6 Charlemont High, in 7 Mona High, and in lane 8 Very Technical.
Herbert Morrison, lane 5, Mona, lane 7, and Very Technical, lane 8.
College have to be the favorites here as well.
Bustamante is in lane 5. So Bustamante lane 5. Bustamante lane 5. So Mannings is in 1, Excelsior 2, Mushet 3, Kingston College 4, Bustamante 5, Mona is in 7, and Very Technical 8.
Record for this event, 40.84 seconds, set way back in 2014.
So the lane draw on track now for the class 2 boys 4x100 meter relay. Mannings in 1, Excelsior 2, Mushet 3, Kingston College 4, Bustamante 5, Mona in 7, and Vera Technical in 8.
So again, no Charlie Mount in lane 6.
Excelsior, Mushet, Kingston College, Bustamante, Mona in 7, and Vera Technical in 8.
I don't think we've seen them all day. On the start list right throughout, we haven't seen a team
And I
from
like
Charlie
the
Mount.
sound that Mona
That's kind of
gives out when I
disappointing
say
for
their
me.
name. Mona!
You want to see full lanes, you want to see good competition, and you want to see the kids out there, because that's the only way they're going to learn. Not certain what happened, but I'm guessing we'll find out later on.
Class 2 boys, 4x100 meters. You're watching the Western Relays on Track Alerts TV.
So clean their ways.
Sent off now.
Mona begins to step from early.
Mona moving fast on the outside.
Making up some
So too Excelsior, and Excelsior will change first, just ahead of Kingston College on the inside. So very technical, Kingston College and Excelsior on the back stretch, moving best of all now.
The second change to be made.
Second changeover made now. Kingston College might have changed just ahead of Excelsior,
Mona, very technical.
but they're right there with them still. KC, Excelsior.
Kingston College, who leads
Those are your
now
top 2.
in the class 2 boys. They
Final
have the record
changeover.
of 40.84.
And Kingston College and Excelsior are still battling.
Kingston College and Excelsior.
And they begin to move away now. A very strong finish for Kingston College. Ahead of Excelsior. 43.17 the flash time. An impressive anchor leg from Kingston College to take the win in the class 2 boys 4x1.
Impressive from Kingston College on the anchor leg there. We've been talking about second leg, the backstretch being where the work is done. Kingston College not managing to separate themselves from Excelsior on the first 3 legs. Anchor leg having to come in and drop that hammer and say, hey, we are the favorites here. What are you doing? Have to commend Excelsior though for those first 3 legs. Thought they had it right in terms of those first 3 legs. Pressuring Kingston College, pressuring them. And maybe hoping for a slight mistake on Kingston College's part. Didn't happen, and as I said, the anchor leg runner just too good for Excelsior's anchor leg runner. Fantastic win there for Kingston College after tight first 3 legs.
Yeah, great running from both teams, I would say. Excelsior well coached by David Riley. Won boys champs with Ulmas back in 2010.
One of the greatest I have seen. Let me put it at that. One of the greatest champs win I have seen. I think that team had a total of 44 athletes competing for Ulmas. It was unbelievable. You don't normally see such a small team doing that well. I remember that team with Julian Forth, Extol on there. Fantastic team. It was quality right throughout the classes.
Right, I remember Ramon Bailey. Pretty much everyone who was a part of that team scored at champs. Ramon Bailey, Odin Skeen, Ashani Mitchell. A number of talents, man. A number of talents.
Excelsior 44.22.
That was a fantastic
technical 45.4.
Yeah, kudos to Mr. Riley.
Fourth, but
not only that team fought for each other. There were stages where you thought, okay, injury. That's it. Particularly to Extol, you thought, well, that's it. Came back out, did the job, got the team over. One of the one of the greatest I have seen. Hubert, I'm sure, has seen greater than that. But one of the greatest champs wins I have seen. I don't know about you, where that ranks for you.
Well, I can say as a member of the Woolman's Boys track team at the time, although I didn't compete at champs, I didn't make the champs team because it was such a super team. But it was an amazing moment. When the team got back to school that year, I remember they broke the stage celebrating the win. So it was a big victory.
Tafa, there's no disgrace in saying that you did not make that team. That was, as you said, is a super team. Quality all around. Waiting on the next event on track. I think we're going to the big boys, the Class 1 boys. Kingston College so far, they've won 2 of 3, with the Class 4 boys not completing their event. Mushet, I believe, won that event. So Kingston College hoping to close out on a strong note. Not seeing the athletes being marshaled to the start line, however, so there's a slight break in competition as we await the Class 1 boys 4x100 meters. May have a slight delay.
So we say good afternoon to Mr. Vishnu Tolan, the chairman of the board here at GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. So good to have you, sir. God bless you. And thank you so much for joining us here for Western Relay. So of course GC Foster is a sponsor of Western Relays.
See the boys now coming out, Class 1 boys, 4x1. Adrian Carr of Kingston College is there. Let's see who else is there for Kingston College.
So registered in section 1 for the Class 1 boys. Green Island in lane 3. Lacovia in 4. Charlemont in 5. I suspect we might not see them. Mushet goes in 6 and Mona High in 7.
So we have merged the 2 heats for the Class 1 boys, 4x100 meters. This event sponsored by Byron Lewis. We say thank you, sir, for your kind sponsorship of the Class 1 boys 4x100 meter relay. Lane 2 has Bustamante, Lane 3 Lacovia, Lane 4 Kingston College, Lane 5 Mannings, Lane 6 Excelsior, Lane 7 Mushet, and Lane 8 Mona. So again, the lane draw. Lane 2, Bustamante. Lane 3, Lacovia. Lane 4, Kingston.
So there seems to have been a merging in the Class 1 boys 4x1.
Lane 6, Excelsior.
Wind has significantly picked up here, Tafa. You definitely don't want to be running into this wind. I'm not going to be envying the athletes coming on the home stretch.
So again, there has been a merging of the 2 sections. The lineup now is Lacovia in 3, Kingston College in 4, Excelsior in 6. Trying to determine The athletes in lanes 2 and 5. I believe it's Mona High in 8. Mannings is in lane 5.
So on track, the Class 1 boys for about 100 meter relay sponsored by Byron Lewis. The record is 40.03.
The record in this event, of course, held by Kingston College. That record was anchored by Zarnell Hughes.
Zarnell still the champs record holder, no?
Yeah, I believe so.
100, let's clarify that.
That's right.
100 meters. I believe
Record holders run out of lane 4. They set that
somewhere
record
there,
back
10-1-3,
in 2014.
10-1-2, somewhere there.
That's Kingston College, 40.03.
I don't think we're gonna get close to that record, 40.03.
Very fast time, very
fast
team
time
it was as well.
Yeah, those are the times we're looking to run closer to champs. Shows you how strong that Kingston College team was back then.
Officials.
Just want to mention as well, the wind, though it's picked up, it's actually changed directions. It's now going across the track. So it's not going against the athletes, but it's more of a crosswind. Very significant wind, but it's not a headwind or a tailwind. It's a wind going across the track.
And I wonder how that will impact the changes.
That's going to be interesting, something to watch.
Let's see.
Also going to be watching that backstretch as well. See a couple of youngsters who I know to be very fast on that backstretch.
Kingston College, the overwhelming favorites.
Cleanly away they go for the Class
They're
1
sent
boys
off
for
now.
our 100 meter relay. Excelsior's going well.
Excelsior moving well, so too Kingston College. And outside running well as well is Mona. Excelsior will change just about the same time as Kingston. That's Adrian Kerr of Kingston College. And it's Excelsior versus KC.
They are in lane 4.
Clean changes.
Mona comes from behind me.
Those two will battle as they
Excelsior.
move towards the final changeover now.
How will it end? Will it be
KC versus Excelsior.
So Kingston College steps to the
And
front
Kingston
now.
College
Excelsior
begins to dominate on the final leg as they take the Class 1 boys 41.24 ahead of Excelsior. Finishing third was Lacovia.
For about 100 meter relay.
41:27 the time now on the clock. Final time for Kingston College. 41:77 for Excelsior in second, and 42 was on the clock. 42:48 for Lacovia. They had serious issues on that anchor leg, the final exchange. Super slow, maybe in some troubles, but they were in the money right up until that anchor leg. But Kingston College, wow, Kingston College. And again, that backstretch by Adrian Carr from Kingston College. Got off to a little bit of a slow start, but once he got into his running, he was obviously class of all the athletes on that backstretch. Opened a little bit of a lead for Kingston College, which they maintained to the anchor leg, putting the other teams under a little bit of pressure, which is what you want to do, and got the other teams to make mistakes. They stayed perfect, and in the end got the win in 41.27.
Very technically sound team, I believe Kingston College is. They clearly train well and they train hard. When you look at the knee height on the backstretch and what you saw coming home as well, it's impressive what these high school kids are doing. And it goes to show, when you see the level of competence at Class 1, when you compare it to Class 3, it tells you that the kids are working.
Yeah, and if you think about it, Matthew, how many drop batons have we seen today?
Not much.
Not much. We had a few incidents, or a couple of incidents, the boys Class 4 level, but as we went up in class, we got to class 3, class 4, class 2, sorry, class 1, you see less and less mistakes and you see more competent baton passing. Not necessarily extending the zones out as much as you can, but you see safe changes, you see changes being made expertly. And that is what these events are all about. It's about getting that practice in so you can have it perfect for the big stage.
I believe that is why Jamaica is so good at relays in general. I mean, when you see the Jamaican sprint teams on the world stage, we dominate. And it's because of these meets and it's because of the development that we get here. So thank you to the meet officials and the people who made this possible.
Yeah, and a lot of people think about relays as just speed. You put this speed together and this speed and you put 4 fast athletes together and then that's a record or that's a win. That's not how relays go. You have to practice, and you have to learn in competition, as we mentioned, and we've mentioned over and over again. When that pressure is brought to bear in competition, it's a different kettle of fish than when you're practicing all by yourself. There's nobody on your shoulders. When you're in competition, there's athletes to your left, there's athletes to your right. You have to be aware also of spatial zones, because somebody's ahead of you in lane number 8 doesn't necessarily mean that they're ahead of you in the race. You have to be aware of that. You have to be aware of maintaining your form, your technique. All of these things come into play. You don't get to have that when you're training by your lonesome. You have to come into competition to get that feel, and that feel is perfected at meets like this. So when you get to a world championships, a world junior championships, Pan Am championships, you're already used to all of those pressures. Well, I think we're out of speed. Are we? We step up in distances after this, I think. Move to the 400s, the medley events and the 4x800. So the speed events completed.
Well, actually, we do have
the men, the senior men,
the senior men,
senior men and senior women. So I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. See what the seniors can do.
Registered to compete are St. Vincent and the Grenadines, SMS Striders, Speed Unit, MVP Track Club, Sprint Tech, and GC Foster College.
That's a solid lineup right there. I suppose St. Vincent and the Grenadines trying to get a run out. We have World Championships later. They might want to get a qualifying time going.
Exactly, and of course you have several of the members of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team training here,
right here in Jamaica,
at GC Foster College.
Yeah, not just in Jamaica, right here at GC Foster. We're talking about Slater, Primus,
Makish Compton.
Yep, Compton.
Today's competition.
So they will have a solid team.
Please pay
solid team.
To the various signs
so we may want to watch out for that St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. A lot of people may be looking at the MVP team or the GC Foster College team, knowing the athletes, or Sprint Tech, knowing the athletes that they have. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be well represented here today. Men's 4x240. 240 for the senior men's 4x1. That means we're just about 10 minutes away from that event. Should see the athletes coming out any second now. Be interesting.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Johan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157.
Jamaica, our land of good and water, has stood steadfast during this period of adversity. And as we make strides to navigate our new normal, we take the time to say thank you to those who've kept us healthy, to those who've kept us safe, to those that ensured we had access to food, and to those who kept us moving. To all our first responders, essential personnel, and healthcare workers, we say thank you for all the good that you have done and continue to do.
I am Camille.
Damien Crawford.
Toshana Forbes.
Constable Matthew Brown.
Dr. Sanita Myrie. I am an essential worker.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
So just a few moments away ahead
SMS
of the
riders running out of lane
men's
3.
4x100
Lane
meters.
6 has
Promises to be an
sprint
exciting race.
Lane
I'd also like to
7
point out that in lane
GC
4, Speed Unit
Lane
seems to be a
4,
branch
Speed Unit.
of the MPP
So
Track
again,
Club.
Lane 2, St. Vincent. Lane 3, SMS Striders. Lane 4, Speed Unit. Lane 6, Sprint Tech. And Lane 7, GC Foster.
So,
well, here comes the MVP
5
for
of
lane
6.
5.
Well, MVP still there, so we have all listed competitors. So St. Vincent, SMS Striders, Speed Unit, MVP, Sprint Tech, and then GC Foster out in lane number 7. This is going to be
So
interesting.
again, lane 2, St. Vincent.
And we're
lane
seeing
3,
O'Shane
SMS
Bailey
Striders,
in lane
4,
6
Speed Unit,
for Sprint Tech.
Lane 5, MVP.
He'll be going out
lane 6,
ahead of
Sprint
Javoy
Tech,
Tucker of
and lane
MVP.
7, GC Foster.
Tucker has a personal best of 10.08 seconds set in Mexico.
Yeah, I like Tucker. I like the look of him. I think he has places going, and I doubt though a little bit about his confidence. I think he needs a little bit more self-confidence, belief in self for him to get to the heights that I believe he can get to. I think he can be one of the top sprinters in the world. A lot of people don't know about Tucker or what he has done. But I'm one that thinks he is has a lot of talent.
Definitely supremely talented. Will Marion as well.
Lane 2, St. Vincent. Lane 3, SMS Striders. Lane 4, Speed Unit. Lane 5, MVP. Lane 6, Sprint Tech. And Lane 7, GC Foster officials.
Looking at the back stretch, it looks like Chadwick Hines for Sprint Tech. He'll be up against Ramon Barneswell. I believe those two teams may be your top two.
Well, let's see.
On the third leg for MVP, it's Michael Campbell.
Another athlete who I have a lot of time for.
Had a bad accident a couple of years ago. Finally coming back to the man he was.
Yeah. Took him a few years, which is expected. At one point, the diagnosis was that he would never walk again. And for him to just be sprinting, much less sprinting at this high level, is on your marks. Extraordinary.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, SMS Striders, Speed Unit, MVP Track Club, Sprint Tech and GC Foster. Sent off now.
56. Away they go. First
On the outside moving very quickly, that's GC Foster College. Difficult to call now. Difficulty on the back stretch for MVP. Sprint Tech is moving away now. GC Foster also running well.
So they come down to that penultimate changeover.
GC Foster. Ooh, a rough change there. But GC and Sprint Tech the top two now. And GC Foster and Sprint Tech. Those are your top two at the final exchange. GC Foster, will he hold off Sprint Tech as Demish Gay? And Sprint Tech gets it just ahead of GC Foster, 39.53 the first time. An impressive run there by GC Foster. And a very, very good finish by Demish Gay of
Sprint Tech. Yep. Time now 39.56 is the final time on the clock. Impressed by Demish Gay. We talked about it early in the morning. We're going to bring it back now. I want to see my quarter milers running sprint events early in the season, building your speed early in the season, and then building from that speed into a faster 400 meter runner later on in the season. I think one of the mistakes we've made, the 400 program in Jamaica, is that we tend to see guys doing early 400, 800 work, a lot of endurance work early, and then as you get closer to the major championships, you try to push that speed work in, and inevitably you end up short of speed, and it hurts our athletes later on in the season. I like to see when you get that speed work in early, you get fast early, and then you build the endurance into it. So I like to see what I'm seeing in terms of Demish Gay on that anchor leg for Sprint Tech just now.
Definitely, the quarter mile is an event that requires speed. Yep. So it's good to see quarter milers doing this sort of speed work. I can recall times where high school coaches would coach quarter milers to run 800 as well, because it would allow them to double and score them lots of points, and it ensures that their athletes are strong at championships. But when you get to this level, it kind of requires more focus, and I believe Demish doing speed work now is a good sign.
Once upon a time, it was if you're 400, you can run the 800. Now it's changed. We think about on the senior level with Fred Curley, who's a 400 man who can step down and win a medal at the Olympics in the 100 meters.
You can also think about our very own Sherika Jackson.
There you go, Sherika Jackson.
Another example.
And an athlete there from Bahamas. Her name slips me. Please help me, Matthew.
Shawnee
Miller-Weibo. There you go. You think about Shawnee Miller-Weibo. She fast at 100, fast at 200, fast at 400. You need speed at this level. If you're going to challenge the girls at 49 seconds, you need speed. If you're going to challenge the guys at 43 mids, you need speed. You're not going to run those times without speed. So I'm happy camper to see the 400 guys stepping down to the shorter events. Looks as if the women's event has been scrapped. Only 2 teams had been listed. Speed Unit and Sprint Tech. Doesn't seem that competition or that event will happen as the blocks are being moved now. So the next event on track is a 4x400 girls open. So we'll move on to the girls 4x4 open event. There are 2 heats in this event scheduled to go off at 3:10. We're just about at 2:43, so we are just about 27 minutes ahead of that event, so we might have a slight break in terms of the events being contested today. And in the 400, I think we might have a surprise, Matthew. There are rumors of one of the girls that ran on the 4x100 team going in the 4x4 as well. And that's a girls class 1 4x100 going in the open 4x4 event. That's going to be interesting.
Generally, when you see sprinters running the 400, you tend to see them go out quickly. And the aim of that normally for the coach is to see the strength of the athlete or to test the strength of the athlete. We saw Edwin Allen have a strong 4x1 earlier, and I expect that whichever member of that 4x1 team runs in the 4x4, that they'll do a solid performance as well.
Well, on the start list, there's actually 2 Edwin Allen teams. So that shows you about how strong they are. So they have 2 teams listed. And spoke to the coach earlier, Mr. Dyke, and he mentioned that they got a late start, a very, very late start. Their season starting in October, background training starting in October. So they're a little bit behind at this point. So you may want to use those 400 meters just to get in a little bit of extra work for the girls and get them conditioned.
So registered for section 1 is Mona High School in lane 2, Mount Alvernia goes off in 3, Mushet in 4, Edwin Allen High School B in 5, and Bustamante High in 6. Again, that event goes off in just about 20 to 25 minutes.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be interesting to see which member or members from the class 1 4x100 meter team comes out for that 400 meter event. I'm not suspecting that person or persons will like running a 400 meters. The sprinters never like running that 400 meters. Lactic acid build up at 300 always gets them, and not a lot of sprinters like it. But when you think of through the years, some of the greats who have run that 4x400, you have to include the likes of Flo Jo. She, in Hubert joins me here, can confirm 1988. Flo Jo.
Yeah, 1988.
Right.
The world record set in that race by the Soviet Union. Florence Griffith Joyner, 48.1 on that day, after winning the 1 and the 2, 221.34. Grace Jackson second, 21.72, at that time a Jamaican national record. So there is some precedent for it, where at the high level and the high school level, where good sprinters will come out to run 4x4. Sometimes for the sprinters it's training punishment.
Yes, it is.
You miss something or you're behind schedule and the coach sends you out to run 400 or 4x4 to work on your fitness.
Yep, we were just mentioning that before you came on air, Hubert. The sprinters, true sprinters, never really like it. But as you said, if you're behind on work, which I understand Edwin Allen is a little bit behind on work right now, you got to do it.
So Johan Blake did a few times when he was in high school.
I was just about to mention
seemed to relish it. And when he got that bad injury and came back and was, struggling to get back to top speed at 100, I wondered if he would try to run the 400, given he had good 4x4 pedigree from his school days at San Diego and from his club days at the Racers Track Club.
Yep.
Stayed with 100, got back to a series of major championship finals every year under 10 seconds, including 2021. So the right choice by him, but it was an option.
Yeah, you mentioned Johan Blake and those 4x4s. That San Diego team with Johan Blake, Mikael Ashmead, Nevers, etc.
Riker Hilton too.
Riker Hilton. Yeah, that team. That was a joy for folks in Spanish Town. Seeing that team compete and seeing those guys, it was amazing.
Some big 4x4 teams. That one with those guys, and one more back in the late 1990s with Steve Slowly and those guys.
Yeah.
Had sort of the Jamaican pen relays record at 3:10.28. Bert Cameron, the coach at that time. And since that time, some tremendous running. I think it's 3:03.37 by Calabar, the Dream Team. Chris Taylor, Malik James King, Anthony Carpenter, that group of sensational young men who ran 3:03.3 at Penn, I think 2018, Bright Sunshine. Incredible running.
Incredible.
And the great thing, out of that team has come Christopher Taylor. Not everybody thinks he's built for the 400, but Olympic finalist last year, won 400 this year at Milrose, and has won just yesterday, I believe, in Kentucky at 300 meters after coming in the frame at 200 last week in New York and Staten Island. So Chris, his willpower, his heart, his ability is leading the Dream Team into the national team. So we're waiting for Michael Stevens, waiting for Dejo Russell, waiting for Wilson, Tariq Wilson on that team. Carpenter's out there. He's adjunct to the Dream Team as well. A good group of young men.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes it takes time for you to transition. I remember one of those athletes you just mentioned, Hubert, right here at GC Foster, a few years, not a few years now, but a couple of years ago, Malik James King, after a race, I think he had run about 48 mid for the 400 meters, spoke with him, and he said to me, "Sir, I'm disappointed in the time." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Was expecting to run a little bit faster than that." I said, "How is training going?" He said, "Sir, the training is hard. Training is so hard because it's a step up from junior level to senior level in terms of the workload, and then he has school as well, which is a step up from high school, and he was just taking a couple of years to just adjust to that additional workload that he had. This year he's come out and ran 47.03 personal best and has looked good at 400. Expecting him to do big things this year in the 400 hurdles as well. So sometimes it does take a little bit of time for the athletes to adjust to that senior level.
What I like about Malik this season, typically at 400 or 400 hurdles, He runs the first 200 so slowly that he's always galloping back in the second part of the race. But this season, I saw that 47.03. He looked like he'd made an effort to get out in the first 100, establish traveling speed, and then kicked in a gear again at the 250 to get home. So I think his race plan, like his mentality as you describe it, is maturing and advancing. And for the first time since he left Calabar, I'm seeing signs of the level that he can attain because he's made a change and is now advancing.
Yeah, and that's the major thing, Hubert. You have to keep at it. Keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And once you start to see that improvement, you keep on keeping at it. Because once you start to improve, there's only one way you can go, and that's up.
My father would say, nothing beats a try, and you can see that Malik James King is putting in the effort.
Putting in the effort, definitely, and he has to. The 400-meter hurdles event right now is at an all-time high globally. You have to be in a place where you're pushing yourself because everybody else is pushing themselves.
Had a chat with the Sprint Tech team, O'Shane Bailey, Chadwick Hines, Brendan Rodney, and Demish Gay. Not for the first time, Demish Gay has anchored a big 4x1 here. That the team, he was on the team equal the record in 2020, 38.56. This one a bit slower. The wind more bothersome than on the day when the record was equaled. But Demish Gay again, 60 last week Saturday, and heard you guys going through the 400-man speed index. Gay injured in 2021, but spoke to him in December, said he's fine. And you can see the speed coming back for Demish Gay, two-time world champs finalist.
Definitely can see the speed coming back. And one of the criticisms that Demish has faced over the years is his stride pattern. I think the early speed work is not only assisting with his speed, but also his stride. It's opening up his stride a little bit more.
Runs a bit like Michael Johnson.
Yeah. Pitter patter.
43.18. 4 times world champion,
Pitter
twice
patter.
Olympic champion.
It still gets you there as long as you get around the track. But again, you mentioned Michael Johnson. Lots of speed there as well, Hubert.
Yeah, tremendous at 200 meters. I think he ran 10.09 for the 100, but got hurt every time he ran it. So didn't go back down there any time and kept on plugging all the way to 2 Olympic titles and 4 world titles at 400. Wade Van Niekerk is faster than he is, but on titles, on consistent performance, Michael Johnson, the best 400-meter man of all time.
Yep, he is the gold standard. Kept on doing it year after year after year. Got faster and faster. Got faster into his 30s and was world class for years.
And just to recap a little bit, these 4x1s, almost a clean sweep by KC. Dropped the stick at the first exchange in class 4. And Herbert Morrison won the race at 48.93. In class 3, KC 45.38, comfortable. Class 2, 43.20, KC won there. And in that amalgamated class 1 race, Kingston College, Tajay Francis, the class 1 hurdles champion, Adrian Carr, former class 3 200 champion, Amonte Ray, former class 3 sprint hurdles champion, and Francis, the 2 Francis on the team. This is Nicardo Francis anchoring in class 1, 41.27. So that's the 4x1s, and then that win for Sprint Tech with that big international team, Bailey, Hines, Rodney, and Gay, 39.56.
I think if I'm Kingston College, I'm satisfied today. Had a little bit of mistake at class 4, but you go on and you win 3 or 4 races. Class 1 team has a lot they can pull. Think about likes of Boaje who can come into that team, and you're starting to be a little bit more satisfied. Two hurdlers on that team as well. So if I'm Kingston College, I'm satisfied. They have a long season to come, with champs being in April, I'm satisfied if I'm Kingston College at this point.
Eden Allen dominating the girls 4x1s. Class 4, 48.90. Brown, Sinclair, Teep, and Gale. And in Class 2, Sir Terry Long, zipping the back straight away. Eden Allen, 46.70. Girls Class 2, 46.82. Eden Allen, sprightly second length for Mount Alvernia.
Look at this Hubert.
For the tall lady, Calita Banan, just passing behind us for 4x4 duty. And in Class 1, Serena Cole. I think that's Tia Clayton on the back stretch. Brandy Hall, 20 this year. She third leg, Class 1 100 champion last year. And World Junior champion Tina Clayton winning 44.31.
Don't want to cut your chain of thought here, Hubert. But I just saw the B team for Edwin Allen.
And normally, when they say they don't want to cut you, they cut you.
But the big announcement is that the Clayton twins are back for 4x4 duty, as well as Brandy Hall. So that is going to be interesting to see what the sprinters can do on the 4x4. Maybe a little bit behind. They just starting the season. That's Brandy Hall and Tia Clayton. So maybe a little bit behind. Trying to catch up a little bit here.
So the girls are coming out now for the mile relay, the 4x400 meters open, which will be run in 2 sections.
4x4s are generally a really exciting event for me. I believe you get to see an athlete really play mind games a lot in the 4x4s. You don't have time to do that in the 4x1s. So it's strategy and it's fast changes that makes a difference.
And if you think about it, if you're a sprint fan, you will love the 4x4. It's the longest sprint event, ain't it? You get to see 4 times 400. And I'm going to enjoy this 400. This 4x4, sorry, because of the quality that is out there in terms of the twins and Brandy Hall. I want to see what they look like. If they come out here and they look good at 400, means that 200 is going to be really good because they look good at 4x1s. Brandy Hall, not necessarily the best 200 meters runner there is, tends to struggle as the distance gets longer. But again, I want to see what she does at 400. It's going to be interesting. I'm really excited to see this. Maybe just as excited as the 4x1s.
I can hear it in your voice. Starters just testing their starting equipment before the start of this one.
A little bit disappointed as well, Matthew, that we didn't have a little bit more competitive action. Would have loved to see maybe a St. Jago here or a Heidel so we could have a little bit more competitive action. But at this point in the season, I guess it's about getting the meets in, getting the competition in. You'd know a little bit more about that than me.
I suspect Hubert would know a little bit more about that than both of us.
Yeah, I think what has happened is that St. Jago always goes to the Camperdown Classic. Eden Allen and Homewood always come here. Heidel sometimes goes to Moby to the Western Relays and typical doesn't come here. So I think in the main, these 3 or 4 top teams have just done what they normally do on this Valentine weekend, track meet day. And so you have here Eden Allen and Homewood as usual. And in Kingston, you have St. Jago and Heidel almost as usual. So you have to choose where you want to go.
The record set in 2020, 3 minutes 36.47 by Homewood Technical. So on track in lane 2, Mona. Lane 3, Mount Alvernia. Lane 4, Mushet.
Looks
lane
as
5,
if
Edwin Allen, lane 6, Bustamante.
Brandy Hall. No, it's not. Brandy will run second leg, it seems. And one of the Clayton twins is in the blocks.
Just a quick note, in the 4x4 for high school girls, Edwin Allen at Queens, 3:44.80. That's the season leader among high school teams this season.
Hopefully they get close to
Calling
that.
for the 4x400 meter relay open boys competitors. Kindly make your way to the call room. Competitors for the boys 4x400 meter relay open. Kindly make your way to the call room.
Interesting to see what Mount Alvernia does. I think Carletta Bernard on
So
third
Mona
leg.
in 2.
Right, on third leg, Carletta
Mount
Bernard.
Alvernia in 3. Edwin Allen B in 4, in 5, sorry. And Bustamante in 6.
Mona High also, they've been having a fairly good day of it as well. Put out decent teams.
Quite a number of teams as well.
Yeah.
It's good to see that they have so many athletes in training at Mona.
Yeah, that's the
sign.
thing. If you're not in training, you can't get better. So you got to keep the kids in training. It's a struggle for some coaches to keep those kids in the training and keep them coming back every day, keep them interested.
Especially in this COVID time, I can imagine parents are not as eager to send their kids for fear of contracting COVID.
And then you have the implications of competing. You have to be vaccinated, and there's a lot of vaccine hesitancy. So it's good to see the numbers.
Tina Clayton will start in lane 5 for Edwin Allen. Up against what I anticipate will be a competitive Mount Alvernia team in lane 3.
First time of asking, away they go for the mile relay, section 1 of 2. The record 3 minutes 36.47 held by
Sent
Home
off
Technical
now.
back in 2020. So they're on the back straight at Mount Alvernia. Opens up
That's
a small gap
Bustamante
between
high out on the
themselves
back
and
stretch,
Edwin Allen. Mona
leading
rushes
Edwin
into
Allen.
third place.
On the inside, Mona running well.
On the 200 meter mark, Mount Alvernia
And they have already
leading off that 200
passed
meter
Mount
corner. Edwin
Alvernia.
Allen seeking to cut the gap between
But
themselves
Bustamante,
and
Edwin Allen and Mona are top 3.
pushing into third
Difficult
spot.
to say who is leading at
Less
this
than
time based on the
150
stagger.
meters to run, and that's the first exchange of section 1 of 2.
So just about 120 to go now for the first leg. Tina Clayton
Straight away they come with less than 100 meters to go now. It's Mona on the inside.
comes off the turn next to the athlete of Bustamante and Mona. And Bustamante now beginning to press on the outside, on the inside though Mona. They will change first.
Bustamante and Mona.
Good change for
making
Mona.
that first exchange.
Bustamante
gone
changes
second.
now.
Edwin Allen gone.
Edwin Allen
Fourth,
with
and Mount Alvernia
Brandy.
in third spot. This is where they cut over now, senior.
Yes, Dwight. So it's Mona with the lead in.
Tough on the
this-
first leg for, I think that's
second
Tina
leg.
Clayton, 61.8.
Mona.
On the back stretch now, Bustamante and Mona
Alvernia.
battling. Edwin Allen in third and Mount Alvernia in fourth.
So Bustamante now
Bustamante
leads the
stepping
pack
forward.
for the 4x400 meter relay open for girls.
As
This
the
event sponsored
the
by
athletes
Jenny Walker.
single out.
So it's Bustamante, Mona, Edwin
So
Allen.
it's Bustamante
closing
ahead
the
of
gap.
Mona. Here comes Edwin Allen
Allen
now
gets
finishing
past
strong.
Mona. Mount Alvernia
That's
in the
Brandy Hall
So
of
on the
Edwin
home
Allen.
stretch they come now. It's Bustamante,
Won't be enough to catch the athlete from Bustamante though, and she will change
Edwin Allen closing
first.
the gap. Bustamante. They make the change.
And Bustamante is out and moving
Edwin
well.
Allen.
Edwin Allen changes
That's
second with Tia Clayton.
Mona. Mount Alvernia.
That
now
leg,
to Carletta
57.3,
Bernard.
so some ground made up,
So
but
now they
Bustamante
are
look good.
about to turn into the back stretch. Edwin Allen having some work
Bustamante
to do
continues
one of
to
the
lead.
sisters. Leading at the moment, Bustamante.
Tia Clayton chasing.
So
They have opened up a
Edwin
gap
Allen
on Mona
biding her time.
and Mount Alvernia.
200 meters to run. Mona and Alvernia.
That's Carletta Bernard of Mount Alvernia, the impressive 100-meter sprinter.
The one to catch with 140
Bustamante
meters
leads
still to run.
ahead of Edwin Allen.
Go to work now as
They have a 50-meter lead
that last 100
on Mona and Mount
meters
Alvernia.
exchange.
And Bustamante comes in and is finishing fastest ahead of the final change.
Close the gap, or can they? Does Tina have enough left in the tank? Bustamante.
Bustamante now makes their final
Not
change.
home and tried, but a good gap between Bustamante and Edwin Allen 1 second. Mountain Fire.
That's 61-6. Tough for the Edwin Allen sprinters so far.
Now they have the lead. Edwin Allen in second. Mount Alvernia and Mona battling for third and fourth.
So Bustamante now with a commanding lead.
Bustamante.
There'll be no catching Bustamante, I'm sure. Edwin Allen Beef is in second.
Bustamante, Edwin
And behind them again by another about 50 meters is Mona battling with Mount Alvernia.
150 meters remaining for Bustamante. Edwin Allen still in second. Will she hold on? Will she get the win?
So 120 meters to run now. Bustamante with a clear advantage. Being cheered on by their teammates here. Edwin Allen trying to finish strong. Bustamante holding on. The crowd is going wild for Edwin Allen. But there will be no catching the athlete from Bustamante. And they will take section 1. 3 minutes 57.28, the flash time.
Very strong run by Bustamante. The sprint group from Edwin Allen not yet in shape to run 3:55 and 3:50 and 3:45, and a solid Bustamante team takes the win.
Solid team from Bustamante. No weak legs to be identified. Everybody ran well. The Clayton twins, 60 plus legs. Brandy Hall, 57 leg. And then the anchor leg tried her best. Kerr, right, on anchor. Didn't.
Left it a little bit late, yeah. 30-40 meters behind. Had to make a decision. Made the one to finish strong, and she did.
Yeah, and I rather that decision than going out too strong too early and then fading. But 60 plus for the sprinters, 57 for Brandy. Not necessarily where they want to be, but still, it's early in the season. They can make up for it.
At least the coach now knows what the level of aerobic fitness is. What do you have left in the tank? They ran 4x1 not that long ago. It's windy, and so both teams can go back sub 4. Less than 1 minute per leg on average for both teams. Both coaches, Dion Mantok, Bustamante, Michael Dyke, Edwin Allen, can go back to the training ground on Monday and Tuesday and put on the type of work, bring the teams forward.
Definitely. Let's get on to heat number 2, Matthew.
So in section 2, the lineup reads: Edwin Allen High School in lane 2, St. Elizabeth Technical in 3, Homewood Technical in 4, Lacovia High School in 5, and Vere Technical in 6.
Edwin Allen A, that should be. In lane 3, Steps.
So this is the Edwin Allen A team, I suspect. These are our quarter milers now.
Yeah, these are the quarter milers.
In lane 5, from St. Elizabeth.
They're going to come up against some big teams though. Homewood.
I suspect St. Elizabeth Technical as well will give them a challenge, as well as Homewood, as you're saying.
Yeah, they're going to have to put in the work here. They haven't lost a relay so far. We mentioned so far because this previous heat was heat 1 of 2, so they still could come back and get the fastest overall time. But again, they'll have to go up against a big Homewood technical team, Stets as well, and even Vere Technical also there. So
also Lacovia. They have been putting in some strong performances this season.
Yeah, Lacovia has been doing well this season as well. So it's going to be a very, very, very interesting race.
All the teams on track
except Lacovia. So we look to Edwin Allen, Stets, Homewood, Lacovia, and Vere Technical.
Thank you very much, sir. All the country team them. Full them.
Vere in 6, Lacovia in 5, Homewood in 4, St. Elizabeth Technical in 3, and Edwin Allen in 2. Section 2 of 2, the girls 18 and under 4x400 meters relay.
So away they go. First time of asking, it is Edwin Allen, Stets, Edwin Allen A, Steps, Omudi, Lacovia, and Bear Technical. So immediately we look to Lacovia going to work. Bear Technical, with
so moving now on the backstretch, Lacovia seems to be moving fastest of all on the outside there as he run past the athlete from Bear Technical. On the inside running well also is Homewood Technical. Those two are your top two teams now as St. Elizabeth and Edwin Allen beginning to finish faster.
For the last 110 meters as they come down on that final turn.
So they're into the final straight now.
Technical looking strong.
Homewood and Veer battling. Veer now beginning to move on the outside. They may change fast. So too St. Elizabeth Technical on the inside. Lacovia as well as Edwin Allen is there too. And Edwin Allen changes first ahead of St. Elizabeth Technical and Lacovia. Veer also there. This race is still a close race to call.
So they come down on that corner and into the backstretch with Stets.
And Stets leads Edwin Allen and Veer Technical.
Over Edwin Allen gone second. Veer.
Lacovia in fourth. Edwin Allen beginning to move now on the outside.
With 210 meters to go.
Scott of Edwin Allen.
Must catch Edwin Allen going. Stets goes to work slightly.
And they're beginning to press their advantage now. With Scott as the rest of the pack begin to bunch up.
Pushing slightly into fourth spot. Bumping and bowling on the inside as they turn down the home. It is
100 meters to run in this is second leg. Edwin Allen leads ahead of Homewood and St. Elizabeth Technical. And they are pressing now Edwin Allen as they hope to make it another win on the day.
2 solid legs for Edwin Allen, 55 for the second leg.
Sets in third. The cheer
Natasha
going
Fox
on for Edwin Allen. She is speeding on the backstretch.
Big strides for Natasha Fox of Edwin Allen. She's moving very quickly on the backstretch, I would say, opening a lead now on Homewood and Stets.
Fourth and the fifth being battle between Lacovia and Veer Technical. Just about 200 meters remaining for Edwin Allen.
And Edwin Allen leads now, 150 meters to go on the third leg.
Edwin Allen Dwight is doing an awesome job on track.
Beginning to finish now is Sims of Homewood. So too finishing fast is St. Elizabeth Technical. Will they have enough in the tank to catch Edwin Allen? I don't think so.
The final change to be
Final
made.
change coming up now. Edwin Allen ahead of Homewood and Stets.
So 2 steps. Veer Technical. So it's Edwin Allen.
So Edwin Allen gone and Homewood Technical must go to work now. They are the record holders.
Casey and Paul moving well. Athlete on the Homewood running in lane 2 there. Seems to have switched over now to lane 1. But there'll be no catching Edwin Allen.
Still have a big gap to close with Seth gone third. A lot of work to do for Homewood Technical, but it's all Edwin Allen at the moment.
And this one is all Edwin Allen. They are dominating this one, bouncing home ahead of Homewood and St. Elizabeth Technical. Strong showing there from Edwin Allen. The meet record.
Around the bend now, Dwight, onto the home stretch.
I wait for that one. It's Edwin versus the clock.
Now the battle for the strong. But who can endure to the end?
And coming home strong now, Powell. Edwin Allen.
For Homewood Technical to close on the day.
And they will win this one.
Sure. Edwin Allen
Class
heads to the finish
open.
line.
400 meters. 4x400 meters. 3 minutes 42.54 the flash time.
Flash time. Homewood second. Veer Technical comes through for third. Stets fourth. And coming through for fifth, Lacovia.
Edwin Allen, strong at 100 meters. This year they flipped the script. 42, 4x14. In the fast lane. 4x8 maybe not quite so well, we'll see. 4x14. Season leading time, 3 minutes. 4 seconds.
Season leading by over a second, Yubi. Yeah, they're speeding. Definitely speeding. So the Edwin Allen girls keeping up the momentum. They've won everything so far today on the girls' side. All 4x1s now taking the top prize in the 4x4s. They look strong, Matthew.
Certainly an impressive unit here. Edwin Allen showing strength in numbers.
Yeah.
I can imagine they have confidence now going into Gibson relays.
And that's the thing about Edwin Allen. They've always had the numbers. They've always had a big team. And if somebody goes down, somebody picks up the slack and carries on. And they look to be carrying that into this champs. If they're a little bit behind at this point, Matthew, and still dominating this way, can you imagine what will happen in another couple of months when they've gotten a little bit sharper under Coach Michael Dyke? I'm very impressed with them this evening. Very impressed.
346.98. Third to Veer, 3 minutes 51.83. Fourth, 3 minutes 53.69. That's the stats. And fifth, Lakovia, 359.91. We get ready now. Or
I've got in my clock for them. Solid legs all around.
Right.
If you want your first leg to get out, Beckford got them in the pack and out enough. They were in an inside lane, and when Moya Johnson took the baton for the second leg, she got through to the lead and just kept on rolling from there.
Definitely kept on rolling. I was also very impressed with Fox on that third leg. The way she got out for the first 200 meters. Ran a very, very, very fast first 200 meters. Actually, when I was looking at her, I thought she looked more like a sprinter than a quarter miler for the first 200 meters. Those high knees coming up, shoulders coming over as well. Looked excellent, like someone who you could maybe think about converting in future into a sprinter. May not be able to make the team as a sprinter right now with the quality that Edwin Allen has in the sprint. So maybe a sprinter just hiding behind that shadow of a quarter miler right now.
I know Coach Dyke treasures sacred 4x1s, 4x4s, 4x8s, and he has a 4x1 team to do it.
Definitely.
And this 4x4 team has potential.
Definitely has potential. That 4x1 team though, Milbert, you're talking again about 3 of the members being a part of the world record team. And then if you look at the 4th member, you're not losing anything. You remove Hill and you put Brandy Hall in. Brandy Hall a little bit faster than Hill. These girls a year older, the Clayton twins, Serena Cole, a year older. So you're looking at a team that potentially at high school level could run a world record. And you're talking about a world record that's 42.9. There are not a lot of countries who can...
They could go fast on the world record. Brandy Hall, of course, is 20 this year, not a junior this year. But yes, they could go 43. The Penn Relay's record is 43.62. Serena Cole, Kevona Davis, and then the Clayton twins, I rather recall, from maybe 2018. So they could break the Penn Relay's record for a school and set a time beyond the World Junior record, even though they're not all juniors. So it is something exciting for Edwin Allen.
So I'm being reminded I
definitely
should say male athletes
something very, very, very exciting. As we see the male 4x400
the boys
event.
are out for their 4x4. This event is sponsored by Dr. Dick Strong. We see Lakovia, Mona, Excelsior, Kingston College, and Bustamante.
Herbert Morrison, Kingston College, Bustamante and Machine.
Looking to see if Charlie Mount is there. They've been absent for most of the day.
Had a couple of transfers away from the school. Brandon Harris now at St. Jago, so they're a little bit down on 400 depth. We heard that the class hurdles this season, so I'm looking really good at Calabar and short of personnel.
Maybe just a bit short on personnel indeed. Looking forward to seeing Lakovia as well. They've been representing well. The likes of Brian Roach out there as well. So let's see.
So on track, lane 1, Lakovia, lane 2, Mona, lane 4, Excelsior, lane 6, Kingston College, and lane 7, Bustamante. The record set in 2019, 3 minutes 10.29.
Some sort of fitness check.
Kingston College, they hold the record.
By St. Jago at Queen's Grace Jackson. The season leading time for this year. In that race, second Excelsior, 3:15.25. Without their top team there, without Malachi Johnson.
That Excelsior team, it seems as if they've been together for a decade now, but obviously not that long. I think this is the year that they really go ahead and stamp their class on a 4x4 event. They won't have another opportunity, so it has to be the year.
I think, Coach David Riley likes the 4x4.
I think so too.
And so tries to restock and rebuild his 4x4 ranks from within and sometimes elsewhere. Has some good ones with him up to last season. Antonio Hansen, Herbert Morrison to Excelsior. Now I think at Kansas State University. So don't count out David Riley and his 4x4 just yet. He's always restocking, always rebuilding.
Year after year, that's the same theme that seems to play out. Every time you think they're short a guy or short a leg, they find someone. Which is important.
Stronger men from Spanish Town, used to the Spanish Town breeze, on duty for the 4x4. So 3:14.43, St. Jago at Queens, Chris Jackson. In that race, Gregory Prince, National 200 under 20 champion last year, 45.8. Fastest split time for the season.
And that's amazing. You're talking about sometimes that Johan would have done, getting into 45s.
And Johan ran some low 45s as well during the 2006 and 2007 seasons for the men from Max Street.
There you go.
Jamaican high school record by Calabar at Penn 3:03.3. Penn 2018.
Cleanly away they go now for the 4x400 meter relay for boys. Kingston College stepping well out of lane 6. Bustamante in lane 7. So lots of work to do for Excelsior. Herbert Morris, that's Mona and Lacovia. So Kingston College, they have the lead. Excelsior is there, so too Bustamante.
Very powerful running. Strong first 200, but looks as if Excelsior now coming back into it.
Kingston College.
Got a great team, Excelsior. Second at
Excelsior going well out of lane 4.
Closing on KC down the stretch.
The record is a 3 minutes 10.29 set in 2019 by Kingston College. The first change to be made now. Made good for Kingston College, Excelsior.
Kingston College just ahead.
So Excelsior giving Kingston College some work to do now on that corner. And gone third at the moment is Lacovia. So now they head on that back straight with Excelsior.
Forbes looking to track him, but Excelsior athlete looking to hold him off. Forbes now is trying to make it move with 200 meters to go.
With 150 meters to go. Excelsior. Kingston College on the outside. Excelsior holding off Kingston College, so they come down into the straightaway with less than 50 meters to run. The battle is on between KC and Excelsior. Here is where they make that change over.
So Excelsior with the slight advantage. Kingston College right there with them. Bustamante
strong run there from Forbes 47.9. The exciting 4x4 on its way with Kingston College and Excelsior battling it out with 250 meters to go.
Who begins to step? Excelsior, Kingston College, Lacovia.
Excelsior.
Bustamante and Mona. Look at Excelsior go. The final change to be made. Excelsior.
Casey has to make the move here, knowing that Malachi Johnson is an anchor. They will be favorites if Malachi Johnson gets that baton in front. Kingston College trying to make the move now with about 50 meters to go. Kingston College now moving past Excelsior. Kingston College with a 1 meter lead. Malachi Johnson now takes the baton in second position.
Never yield, and here is Excelsior on the inside, giving Kingston College some work to do. Mountain View Avenue, North Street, the battle is on. Kingston College, interesting. Ain't stopping Excelsior today. Excelsior with a slight advantage. The battle is between these two. Lakovia gone third. There's an athlete down on the track at the finish line. Kingston College and Excelsior. This is the battle for the finish. Into the straightaway they come. Excelsior. Excelsior it is. Kingston College fighting back. But Excelsior will hold on, Celia.
Absolutely.
Season leading.
Pretty close to the record, but
Excelsior. We said it, Hubert. Every time you think that this team is out, they find somebody and they put it together and get it done. Malachi Johnson and anchor there for them, opening up what was a 1 meter lead on the final exchange to about 3-4 meters in the final analysis. 47-9, solid all around for Excelsior. Malachi Johnson maybe has a little bit more to give as you get deeper into the season, but the fact that they could run 3:11 with Malachi Johnson with 47 on anchor shows that this team is a well-rounded team. No weak links on this Excelsior team.
So the winning time, Dwight, for the 4x4 for boys.
You did. You did. You did. You called it, Hubert. I have to.
And third, 3 minutes 23.55 to Lakovia.
And that's been something he has said over the years, Hubert. If there's one event that you want to win, it's that one. And he has put much energy, much effort into the open 4x4, and it has showed over the years. He's consistently put out a team on track that is capable of getting into the top 3.
What he says is that if you cannot win,
Dr. Patrick Robinson, the sponsors for the women 4x4, and the parade, the sponsor for the men.
own fans and supporters and the general viewer population. So always coming 4x4 is Coach David Riley and the Excelsior Eagles.
That's it, Hubert. You want to finish first in the last event on track, something that the fans go home in their minds with. When you shut it off, you may remember the 100 final, you may remember the 200 final, but you're always going to remember the final event on track and what happened on the final event on track.
2 compelling 4x4 races gone. We saw, 3.
Yeah.
We count heat number 1
with Edwin Allen sprinters.
Being, subjected to some hard work in that 4x4. The second heat, Edwin Allen coming through the girls' team with a solid performance. 3:42.5 on my clock for Beckford, Jameson, Fox, and Powell. That's a season-leading time in the girls' 4x4. Just a while ago, the Excelsior Eagles 3:12.02. with Casey not far back at 3:12.6 on my clock, with Malachi Johnson securing the win for the Excelsior Eagles.
So
may not have the Malachi Johnson. You keep on saying Michael. We may not, Hubert, have the number of competitors or competitive events, but certainly we've had quality here today. We talk about season leading, Matthew, on the girl side, season leading on the boy side in terms of the open 4x4 event. Girls Class 1. We also had a season leading time with the big team, the Clayton Twins, Brandy Hall and Serena Cole. So we've had quality at this Western Relays.
Yeah, and as we get down now to the business end of things, I suspect we'll see more and more of that. I mean, I expect after these teams to go faster once more at the Gibson Relays in about 2 weeks, and then of course we have championships after that. So it's a great event, a great way to get sharp. Relays are big points at championships. So
yeah, 12 points.
Yeah.
You go into the relays, you can either on the girls side you can pick up 4 times 12, that's 48, and then the open event, that's going to be 60 points, and then you'll have the medley event. You're looking at on the girls side 78 points right there. If you don't do well in the relays, it could mean championships for you. On the boys side it's about 60 points. Again, you don't do well in the relays, you could be looking at suffering a close championship loss if you come into the relays with a chance of winning championships. So these are important events. I mentioned earlier about dropping those batons and getting the baton changes right. If you don't have it here, you go to a high pressure situation of a championships and then you start dropping the baton, then you could cost yourself championships. So it looks as if the 4x4 event is now over. I think we go to the medley event next, sprint medley. Any clubs? Yeah, we have clubs. I keep on forgetting the senior guys and girls. We didn't have the open. We didn't have the senior women's 4x100. Hopefully we'll have the senior women's 4x400 and the senior men's 4x400. Scheduled to go off 3:45 for the women. 3:45, that's about 13 minutes from now. So we've been ahead of schedule all day, Matthew. You can almost set your pot on fire for this meet.
So be reminded that on
I believe the time between might be as a result of the lowered entries due to COVID and stuff. Teams, other teams have not been able to show. So I suspect the organizers may have made the time for more teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you have less teams, obviously it's going to be easier to keep the meet on time. But you still have to put a production in place. You still have to have the logistics in place to get the meet moving on time. And they have done well so far. I'm looking forward to going home early today. So there's that. And as I said, we've had quality. Just waiting to see if we get the senior 400 meters. If not, 4x400 meters. Sorry, if not, we move on to the sprint medleys, which for me, again, is another exciting event, especially when we get to the 800 meters, where you can have huge leads being devoured in a matter of 100 or so meters. But let's see, we're waiting to see if any athletes, senior athletes, come out for the 4x4 event. Not seeing anybody being marshaled to the track so far. So we may just have to talk through that one. See you going through some results there, Matthew.
Yeah, just taking a glance at the results happening
at the National Stadium.
That's the Camperdown Classics. I'm looking now at the Class 2 girls 100 meters. That event was won by Abigail Wolf of Holy Childhood. She ran a personal best of 11.76.
Nice.
So impressive running there by Wolf. Second was Lavanya Williams, the Class 300 meter champion. She finished in a time of 11.90 seconds into a negative 0.3 meters per second headwind. And third was Ashariel Hewlett of St. Catherine in a personal best, 11.94. And fourth was Michaela Gardner of Wolmer's, 11.99. Those are the top four at the Camperdown Classics happening at the National Stadium. I'll give you the results as I get them. In the Class 4 girls, the top three competitors were Akila White of St. Catherine High. She finished first in a time of 12.54 into a positive 1.0 meter per second tailwind, or with a tailwind of positive 1.0 meters per second in a personal best for her. Second was Kedoya Linda of Immaculate in 12.65, and Kimberly Wright finished third in 12.66.
Can we get the girls Class 1 100? I understand there was a big result there. Looks as if we're going to have the senior women's 4x4. See the athletes now being marshaled out. Tiffany James among them.
So just some more results before that. Alexis James from Petersfield won the Class 1 women's 100 meters at Camperdown in a personal best 11.58 seconds with a positive 1.9 meter per second wind. Second was Janella Spencer of Manchester, 11.80, also a personal best for her, positive 1.9. And third was Ashley Barrett of Petersfield, 11.92, positive 1.9.
Couldn't ask for better wind.
Perfect wind conditions there.
Perfect wind conditions. 11.5, I think she's the second Class 1 athlete this year to get to the 11.5 mark. And you're thinking about Brianna Liston, who I think ran 11.51 seconds into a negative win. She did her time. And we also have the Clayton twins here as well, who are expected to be super fast this year. Brandy Hall as well. So we're looking at what is going to be a crackerjack of a Class 1 female or girls Class 1 100 meter, 200 meter event. Those events certainly you don't want to miss at Champs. And mentioned Brandy Hall, no longer a junior this year. She 20 later on in the year. So not eligible for the junior team. But when you think about maybe adding a Brianna Liston to the team, to a team of Claytons and Serena Cole. Yeah, and Hill's still there. And she 11.43 last year. Has looked good this year. Looks as if she's going to become one of the favorites for the Class 2 sprint crown. It's amazing what will happen later on in the year. World Juniors later on in the year. We're building towards that as well, folks. And we're building to maybe another run at the World Junior record later on in the year. And even before we get there, we're talking about pen relays. What will that Hydel team look like with Liston and Hill and versus the Clayton twins and Hall? And that is going to be a crackerjack race as well. So lots and lots of track and field to come in the years for the year, folks. But for right now, we're concentrating on the senior women's 4x4 event as the athletes now start to get the sweats off and wait for the start of the event scheduled to get off at 3:45. So about 7 minutes away from that event, athletes on the infield just taking their time getting ready. Tiffany James Matthew, one of the athletes who made a breakthrough somewhat last year, got a personal best herself, Broomfield, from the 2000 was it 17? 2016. 2016 World Juniors. 2016 World Juniors.
An encyclopedia of track and field.
There you go. I thought it was 2017. Being corrected by Hubert Lawrence. 2016 World Juniors. Tiffany James bringing home that gold medal for Jamaica. Jonelle Broomfield coming in third position, 2 out of 3 on the medal podium. And at that point, you thought this is the start of something special. It has taken them a few years to really come into their own. Bloomfield, particularly, I think she ran 50.7 last year, has looked good indoors this year as well. And both athletes, Tiffany James and Bloomfield, now coming into their own after spending a few years battling injury, battling loss of form, just coming into their own. As we said, sometimes it does take a few years for you to transition to the senior level.
Another event result from Camperdown. That's Tyrone Lawson of Jamaica College winning the Class 2 boys 800 meters and a new personal best, 1 minute 58.92 for him. In second was Joel Morgan of Edwin Allen, 2 minutes and 1 second, and in third was Titchfield's Siobhan Jarrett, finishing in a personal best 201.04. Tyrone Lawson, of course, a big talent out of Jamaica College.
So 3 teams to take the track for the women's 4x400 meter relay, event number 17.
Roto, Kingston College athlete there, Matthew.
Sprint Tech will be in that Sprint Tech B. Will run out lane 3.
He's a Ugandan actually.
Okay.
And
yeah,
lane 5, Sprint Tech A.
Actually, yeah, he's a Kenyan. Yeah, Kenya, representing Kenya. Roto, class 3
champion, yeah.
Class 3.
800 meters.
So
at Camperdown.
Bringing in a Kenyan at class 3, Kingston College. That's interesting.
Finishing second was Troy Dan Fleming's 2 minutes 6 seconds. and 91 milliseconds. That is Manchester High School. And in third was Carson Fraser of Calabar, 2 minutes and 7 seconds, .83.
Boys events on. Do we have a 100 meters event? I think there was a clash that was supposed to happen.
The men's 400 meters results from earlier. Antonio Watson running 46.17 for a personal best, representing Racers Track Club. Finishing second was Jail Hyde, 46.55, representing SWEPT, and in third was Malik James King in 46.92. As also a personal best for him.
Yeah, we mentioned Malik James King earlier today, running a personal best this year, 47.03. He's gotten faster again, getting under 47 seconds now.
Also,
as he promised me he would on his last race.
Also of note, Terry Thomas of Racers, 46.96, and Javier Brown, formerly of Jamaica College, now at Racers Track Club, 47.12. Of course, Javier is the record holder in the 400 meter hurdles. Oblique Seville finished 8th overall, 47.71 in a personal best. Darnell Hughes also competed, 47.95 for him.
Nice time there from Oblique. Sprinter running 47 seconds this early in the season. He one of the sprinters I'm looking forward to seeing later in the season.
Taekwondo Tracy also ran the 400 meters, the men's national champion at 100 meters. He ran 52.17. So quite a number of big names competing at Camperdown. Tarek Stennett of SWEPT.
No longer at KC.
There you go. Ready now for the women's 4x4s. GC Foster, Sprint Tech.
Set. Clean their way, they go. Only 3 teams on track for the women. The record is 3 minutes 28.74. Set back in 20. That's 2008 2008.
On the back stretch, moving best of all.
So all the way in
it's Sprint Tech.
2008, UTEC set a record of 3 minutes 28.74.
They are ahead of GC Foster and so Sprint Tech B. Of course, all the athletes that you're seeing competing here, trains here at GC Foster College.
Yeah, all the athletes, Sprint Tech A, Sprint Tech B, GC Foster, all compete, are trained here at GC Foster College. So that shows you the depth of the athletes in the program here at GC Foster. You can put together a total of 3 teams.
Tovia Jenkins leading the way for Sprint Tech, and they will change first.
Tovia Jenkins
ahead of
make the change made. Sprint Tech, they lead.
Sprint Tech
waiting on the time here from Hubert.
Sasha Lee Ford.
Eyes open. Give us that time, Hubert.
53.6.
The leader of them all.
Wow.
53.6 the flash time for Jenkins. On the outside now, it looks like Ashley. Could it be Ashley Williams?
It looks like Ashley Williams.
Looks like Ashley Williams shining on the back stretch now, looking very strong. An impressive quarter mile back at Homewood. She has had some good years at GC Foster College as well. Begins to improve year by year, and she's looking very good now.
Yeah, she looks fantastic.
Sasha Lee Forbes of Sprint Tech. I know the athlete from GC Foster has passed her. So Sprint Tech leads.
Just about 50 meters to go now before the
with Ashley Felix Williams.
Wow.
She'll be passing the baton now to Tiffany James. Tiffany, formerly of Papine, a World Junior Champion. The first Jamaican World Junior Champion at 400 meters.
52.43 there for Ashley Williams.
Tiffany James, formerly of Papine. Trained with Cameron Blazers now at GC Foster College. And she's looking strong.
James Rose.
Very, very strong team from Sprint Tech.
Tiffany James Rose, the leader of them all. More than 100 meters the gap.
So there's
interesting. What's going on here?
Anchor leg for Sprint Tech B.
She's looking smooth.
I suppose their relay will end here.
Round the bench he comes onto the home stretch. The final change.
But Tiffany James leads. As expected, powerful finishing by Tiffany James.
The third leg will be
and she will pass now
running
to the anchor leg
800 meters, so the
for
change
Sprint
made
Tech.
Now.
53.64 for Tiffany James Rose.
So GC Foster College gone second.
And that's the end of
Not sure what transpired there, but nonetheless, it's no stopping Sprintech.
Sprintech's team. Well,
They've
Sprintech
got
B, but
230 meters to
Sprintech
go.
A leads with just about 100 meters. And GC Foster College with the baton.
Just about 100.
What's that? About
Yannick McNeil?
Yeah.
Yes, Yannick McNeil running now.
Yannick McNeil.
Western Relays here at GC Foster College. Women's 4x400 meters and Sprintech leading them home.
And she will lead them home.
No trouble at all. And in the
McNeil
words
from
of Spencer
Sprintech.
Darlington, minimum fuss.
Massive lead.
So Sprintech
Eyes on the
takes
clock
win.
now.
That's about 90 meters.
0.23 the flash time.
334,
Impressive run.
sorry, 334.23.
From Sprintech.
That's rounded up to 334.54.
They must feel they have a strong team to contend at the Gibson Relays.
Yeah, very, very strong team. I'm very impressed. I was very impressed with Ashley Williams though. 52 seconds,
So the
52
winning time,
seconds low
334.54 to Sprintech.
on the second leg. Looked very good. Didn't look as if she was running out of gas any at all as she came through the tape. Looked as if she had something in the tank and could go a little bit faster. And you're talking about 52 lows at this point in the season. So that's one to watch. That is one to watch.
4x400 meter relay. Then we move to the 1600 sprint medley for
And just to review this 4x4 by Sprintech.
boys in action.
First leg, Tovio Jenkins, 53.6 from the blocks in February. Ashley Williams, formerly of Homewood, 52.4. Tiffany James Rose, World Junior Champion 2016, 53.6. And Yannick McNeil, 54.9. So many injury troubles. A star for Vertec. Part of the 330 team with Sharika Jackson and Olivia James. And back here. Great job by Maurice Wilson to get that young lady back on track and back on the field at 54.9.
He has done that before, Hubert, reviving careers that you thought were dead. He has managed to revive them. Let's see what he does with Yannick McNeil. 54 on 54.9 first leg, an encouraging run. But again, I have to mention Matthew Ashley Williams. 52.4, looked strong, looked very, very strong. That Jamaican 4x4 team, or making the 4x4 team, just got a little bit more interesting. Ashley Williams, someone who I think has great range, 100, 200, 400. Now seems to have found her niche and looks as if she's ready to really throw down the gauntlet. Looks as if the men are coming out looking to see if Jamaica College competes. They're listed. They're here.
They said they'd be here. Had a chat with coach of JC this week, Neil Harrison. They're gone mainly to Camperdown Classic, but they promised to come here for 4x8s. Big team they've got, so they want to come here to run.
Definitely.
Kingston College sweeping 3 relays out of 4. So Kingston College sweeping 3 relays out of 4. Did not finish in class 4. Audio check 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we're at the men's 4x4 event. Athletes now on the infield. I'll go through the lineup real quickly here, Matthew. We have SMS Striders in lane number 2. In lane number 3, we have GC Foster. And lane number 4, we have Comets. Lane number 3 was GC Foster B. Lane number 4 would be Comet. Lane number 5 is GC Foster A. Lane number 6 is Sprintec. And then in lane number 7, it's St. Vincent. So they're again looking to qualify a team for the World Championships later on in the year. Good to get some early relays in, see where they are at and what they need to do to get there. But GC Foster certainly turning out, managing almost in all events to produce 3 teams. That's something that is not easily done at this level. And
it goes to show you the depth at GC Foster College. Coach Maurice Wilson, I believe, although the acting principal at GC Foster, still able to attract a number of local talent from our high schools and a place to train in Jamaica, especially a place at such a high level of performance. It really says something about your country, where you have so many top clubs performing at such a high level.
And their clubs are forming all over. Maybe one day we'll have a Tapa track club.
Who knows?
Who knows? I understand that you coaching your wife now, eh?
Yeah, we do some work together.
Okay.
It's been a good time.
Yeah, and she an Olympian, not only an Olympian but an Olympic bronze medalist. Must be very proud.
Oh, definitely, man. Definitely. It's a highlight, definitely.
Definitely. She on the indoor circuit this year?
She did just about 2 meets, but no more meets indoors.
No more meets. Okay. So no world indoors.
Lane 3, GC Foster B.
At this time, no.
No. Okay. Don't want to put you on the hot seat, but had to get a few words out of you. Couldn't have you on the program and not ask. Megan Tapper, by the way, one of my favorite all-time athletes. And I suppose after last year, a lot of Jamaicans would be saying that as well. Really fantastic personality.
And definitely a beautiful soul, if I do say so myself.
You would say so. But it is the truth. It is the truth, folks. The Mishke out. Looks as if he will run second leg.
So 4 teams competing here.
Only 4?
We have 6 teams registered.
St. Vincent out. No St. Vincent.
So we have SMS Striders in 2. GC Foster College B in 3. In 5 is GC Foster College. And in 6 is Sprintec. So again, all 4x4 teams here train at GC Foster.
Yeah, so no Comets and no St. Vincent.
And yes.
Of course, you were Lawrence at my right with the legendary stopwatch, probably one of the most legendary stopwatches ever.
4x400 meter relay.
So they're sent off now for the men's 4x4.
Again, the record is 3 minutes 06.45.
GC Foster B, Sprintec,
well out of lane
and
6,
SMS Striders.
GC Foster, lane 5, GC Foster B in lane 3, and SMS Striders, lane 2. Just about 200 meters remaining
Sprintec
for the
battling
final
now with
leg.
GC Foster, and GC Foster B getting in the picture.
That's for the first leg.
120 meters to run.
Sprintec.
Athlete on the inside. Looks like GC Foster B.
So Sprintec,
making a move
GC
now.
Foster B.
And they will change first.
GC Foster.
Ahead of Sprintec.
So the change made good
That
for
was Brendan
GC
Rodney of
Foster
Sprintec.
B.
He passes to
Sprintec
the Mish
and
Gay.
GC Foster.
Many time
SMS
national representative at
Striders
400
in
meters. The Mish Gay
So
has the
second
baton.
leg on the way. Sprintec trying to get back to GC Foster B. So it's GC Foster B,
leading.
Sprintec and GC Foster.
Saw the Mish Gay at 4x1 earlier today. With the stick now with the 4x4, and he takes the lead. Being chased by his training partner from GC Foster College now.
So Demish Gay with the baton for Sprintec. GC Foster now
100
coming
meters to
around the
run.
bend.
GC Foster
So it's GC
pulling
Foster
forward.
and Sprint Tech. GC
Emish
Foster
Gay is fighting
A
back.
and Sprint Tech.
But GC Foster holds on.
GC Foster A changes ahead of Sprint Tech.
Chadik
So GC Foster A stepping.
ahead. of
300
GC
meters
Foster.
remaining.
So it's GC Foster, Sprint Tech, GC Foster, your top three.
Sprint Tech in second.
And Demish Gay, 45.8 second leg for GC for Sprint Tech.
The final change to be made. It's the Powerade 4x400
One more change to go.
for men.
GC leads Sprint Tech.
306.45.
Not sure whether this is the A or the B team. I'm sure Celia will tell me soon.
Back in 2019, they are in second position at the moment. It's GC
So one
Foster A.
more change to go. Just about 500 meters to run for these teams. Here comes Sprint Tech now trying to make a move.
The final change to be made.
Before the
GC
final
Foster
change.
A holding on. They change.
And they'll change almost side by side. Sprint Tech must feel confident now.
GC Foster A, Sprint Tech. GC Foster B in third. SMS Striders in fourth. But it's GC Foster A against Sprint Tech. Sprint Tech goes on the shoulders of GC Foster A. Who will get the win in this, the Powerade sponsored 4x400 meter
They're
relay
fighting
open.
as Coach Wilson looks on.
Come in.
Of course, both athletes train here at GC Foster College. So 100 meters to run now. GC Foster versus Sprint Tech. Who will it be? GC Foster fighting. GC's holding on. Sprint Tech trying to push. GC Foster now pulling away, finishing strongest. And he will take it ahead of Sprint Tech. 3 minutes, 5 seconds and 0.07 the flash time.
And he's asking for you to cheer him on. GC Foster B.
GC Foster B takes it. Always exciting when he can race against the training partners.
Definitely,
In this
definitely.
way, especially the clubmen versus
Yeah,
the
the
college
clubmen
students.
lost to the college men today.
That's
That's going to be interesting later on today.
Several years at UTEC it was the same. UTEC versus MVP.
MVP,
where you
yeah.
had Julian Forts versus Asafa Powells and Nesta Carters.
And whenever the college men win,
Always something special,
it's
eh?
something special.
Had my clock on Sprint Tech. That's Denick Luke, who anchored for GC Foster, holding off Demar Murray. Rodney 48.1, Gay, second leg 45.8. Looks like Chadwick Hines on the third leg doing over distance work 48.4, and Murray 47.3. The change about the same for first and second place team, so that's maybe the winning time. Different teams, 5/10 difference, so it's 46.8 for Denick Luke.
And that says something to me, Yubi. Whoever ran on that second leg for the GC Foster A team ran something sub 46. Had to be.
I'm not sure. I thought that Demish came from behind, took charge, and got outrun a little bit down the stretch. So maybe similar splits for the two guys on the second leg. But Luke saw him in the 400 this afternoon, looking good again. That was 47.74. And here he is, showing his 800 meter strength, holding off Demar Murray, a Jamaican international, on the anchor leg. And you're right, tonight, bragging rights to GC Foster A over the professionals Sprint Tech.
Oh boy, if I could be a fly on that wall. I think we go to the sprint medley later, a little bit from now. Sprint medley. Sprint medley starts at 5. Well, yeah. Girls start at 4:20, boys at 4:40, and then men at 5 p.m. And we wrap up with the 800s at 5:25. So we're going to go to about 5:30 later on today, based on the fact that the meet has been so expertly run. I don't anticipate us going a minute over 5:30.
Fraser, Olympic and world champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish. Hi, my name is Shelley Fraser, Olympic and world champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
7.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Johan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelley Fraser, Olympic and world champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157.
Jamaica, our land of good and water, has stood steadfast during this period of adversity. And as we make strides to navigate our new normal, we take the time to say thank you to those who've kept us healthy, to those who've kept us safe, to those that ensured we had access to food, and to those who kept us moving. To all our first responders, essential personnel, and healthcare workers, we say thank you for all the good that you have done and continue to do.
I am Camille.
Damon Crawford.
Toshana Forbes.
Constable Matthew Brown.
Dr. Sanita Myrie. I am an essential worker.
So there's a storm to the southern end of the ground.
So viewers, you are watching the Western Relays live at GC Foster College. Matthew Tapa alongside Mr. Nugent and of course Hubert Lawrence. We're moments away from the start of the sprint medley for high schools. The lineup reads Bustamante High School in lane 2, St. Elizabeth Technical in 3, Vere Technical in 4, Edwin Allen in 5 and Homewood Technical in 6.
This I think one of the events that tend to be a little bit interesting as we get closer to champs.
Stand by the block.
For the fact that your sprint medley is usually persons who can't necessarily make the individual events. However, we have seen that changed in the last few years where teams chasing points may just put a stronger runner in the medley and maybe give up a couple of points in the individual events and go for the big points in the medley events.
Set.
So 400 meters to run in this, the first leg of the sprint medley. It's 400 meters, 200 meters, 200 meters, and then 800 meters.
In 3, Vere Technical in 4, Edwin Allen in 5, and Homewood Technical goes in lane 6. So it's Homewood Technical
moving best
leading
of
the
all
field
on the
at the
back
moment.
stretch.
This
On the
event
inside running well
sponsored by
is St.
JCK
Elizabeth Technical as
Consulting
well.
Group and
Those
the
two are top two
Track
based on the
Alerts. They
stagger.
have been streaming live all day.
Homewood
for
has a
this,
comfortable
the
lead
Western
now.
Relays, the 43rd
With
stage,
120 meters to run.
2022 is Homewood Technical with the lead.
The girls
in
sprint
the
medley,
sprint medley,
first leg.
1600 sprint medley for girls. Homewood.
And Homewood turns
This
home.
is an open event.
60
in
meters now
third.
before the first changeover.
In
Homewood with a
second,
comfortable
it looks to be
lead
Edwin Allen
ahead of Edwin Allen,
pulling
St.
away
Elizabeth
from
Technical
sets.
and Vere Tech.
But Homewood
A lot can still
Technical
happen.
with the lead.
We have a whole
Their
800 meter
change
leg to
made
run.
good. They have the birthday
But
girl,
Homewood
Brittany
leads now.
Bailey.
So the birthday girl,
Brittany
Brittany
Bailey.
and Homewood Technical leading
And
out the
inside
moment.
running well
Down second,
now
seems to be
is St.
set.
Elizabeth
Edwin Allen
Technical
for
as well.
third.
Edwin Allen on the outside moving fast too.
They're Technical fourth at the moment. So
Vere
it
Technical
is
in fourth.
a 400 to start.
That
two
is your
400,
top four.
And then they run
Homewood,
the 800 leg to close.
Edwin
Homewood
Stets.
Technical leading at the moment. Edwin Allen gone second.
That's the first 200 meter leg now
The
concludes.
changeover made now.
Homewood still leads. Oh, missed up
Edwin
for St.
Allen
Elizabeth
goes in chase of a
Technical.
Homewood Technical.
And they have to stop.
So it's Homewood and
So Homewood and
Edwin
Edwin
Allen.
up.
Allen as she
Very
turns up the
fast
track. She
move.
gets past Homewood
For the
Technical.
third leg.
The final
Swinging
change
around
to be made.
Homewood.
800 meter
And
leg.
Edwin
It's
takes
Edwin
command.
Allen, Homewood, Vere.
A
The
very,
final
very fast
change,
third leg
Edwin
for Edwin
Allen.
Allen.
Their change made good.
And
So
now
that
time
was
for the
Serena
800 meter
Cole.
leg. So that was Serena Cole.
On the third leg for Edwin
Saw her
Allen.
earlier today in the 4x1. Very built. Running a very solid 200 meter leg for Edwin.
Between themselves and Homewood, who lies second. 800
Unfortunately,
meters to
Vere
run,
Technical
or make that 700 now. And on the back stretch, Edwin Allen leading.
was unable
From
to
Homewood
finish.
Technical in second spot, just about some 15 or 20 meters between the athletes in front and the athlete gone second.
Double
Edwin
duty
Allen in
for
the
the Edwin Allen big team, Serena Cole, on that second 200 meters leg. But the crucial 800 meter leg now happening with Edwin Allen with about a 5 meter lead ahead of Homewood.
Looks like Homewood counter. Serena Cole third leg. Brilliant 200 meters. Looks like Homewood counter with Jodian Mitchell from a class 3 champion has gone 2:13.7 for 800 this season. She's in the lead now.
Definitely a big trump card there for Homewood. Jodian Mitchell, a class athlete. She now out in front of the Edwin Allen athlete, switching a 5 meter lead, a 5 meter deficit into a 5 meter lead. Just as the announcer said, biding her time, the Edwin Allen athlete. But Jodian Mitchell, for me, seems as if she's smooth and comfortable on the ankle leg.
Look like Mitchell, it's like Rose, and she's a former class 2 medalist. Edwin Allen, great at 800 meters, but now we're seeing the switch in the balance. Edwin Allen, 4x8 in charge the last few seasons, great at 4x4 today. And maybe now Homewood becoming back where they were before at 800 meters and commanding this leg so far.
It's going to be a bang-up finish here, Hubert Lawrence. Both athletes seemed comfortable through the first 600 meters. Now it's getting a little bit more exciting as both athletes start to kick with 100 meters to go. Edwin Allen now opening up the lead. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters now. Edwin Allen pulling away, coming to the line now. Flash time 4 minutes 04.14, waiting on the official time. Edwin Allen still managing to come out victorious. Final time is 4 minutes 04.59 for Edwin Allen. They've won everything here. Every single thing. Class 4, 4x100. Class 3.
And the ankle leg, 217 flat. Control ankle leg, fought off Homewood and secured the win. 404.59. That's the time that would medal at championships.
It will, certainly. Excellent time from Edwin Allen. They really coming out to make a statement here today. As I said, all the 4x1s, class 4, class 3, class 2, class 1, season leading time in class 1, came back won the 4x4s. Now the sprint medley, they look supreme. That's Edwin Allen. Coach said they're a little bit behind, started training in October. It doesn't look like it on track. They look very sharp.
4 minutes 43.3.
If they're able to win the 4x8, they'll have won everything today.
Yeah. Homewood have a fine 4x8 squad this year, and that will be difficult. But these are the defending champions. Not impossible for them. And I think the 4x8 girls know that the rest of their team has delivered big time all day long, so the pressure's on.
Pressure is certainly on, Hubert. You want to sweep. When you get into a position like this, you want to sweep. And if you don't sweep, you feel a little bit disappointed when you have done everything right. Even if you come in as the underdogs, you still feel disappointed if you don't sweep after you've done so well. 6 of 7 so far, all going to Edwin Allen. You want to sweep. I'm sure Michael Dyke is in his little corner right now, manipulating, thinking, how can I sweep?
Please practice the protocol.
And interestingly enough, the only 2 teams entered for the 4x8 are Edwin Allen and Homewood.
That's going to be the battle.
We wish you a successful.
That is definitely going to be the battle. Looking forward first to the boys competition, sprint medley, as the blocks are back out.
Note where the hand wash stations are.
400 meters leg.
We hope to have a great day.
Mentioned earlier, Matthew, the manipulation of athletes at champs. I just want to point out for the sprint medley at champs, if you compete in any other event, can't compete in the sprint medley. It's a sprint medley or nothing. So a lot of teams in the last few years have been doing that, manipulating their athlete. An athlete that may be able to get you 2 or 3 points in the 800 might be able to get you 10 points or 8 points in the medley event. So a lot of coaches have been manipulating that and putting their stronger 800 meter runners in the medley.
That's right, difficult. No runner in a flat event can run the medley. Sometimes you get heptathletes or triple jumpers running the medley, but it's a balance point. You have to find. The relay is 12 points at championships. Individual event is 9 points. You want those points down the back end of the championships on traditional champs Saturday evening. So it's an important event. And the teams that are strong at 4x800 meters typically in the school will have one other strong 800 boy or girl in the back, to use a Jamaican term, in reserve, that you can deploy to the medley. And if you have a decent enough team, 10 meters for someone really good is not far.
And that's why it's so important, these events, so you can identify the persons who are going to put in the work for your sprint medley team, close championships, those relay events become even more crucial. And sprint medley, 12 points, can't afford to give those up.
So the next event on track will be the boys sprint medley. Again, it's an open event. Four teams registered to compete: Mushet, Bustamante, Kingston College and Vertec. Athletes are yet to be marshaled though.
That event scheduled for 4:40. Just about 16 minutes away. So we may be a little bit ahead of time. Meet has been running ahead of time. Can confirm that. Can also confirm one thing, one other thing, Matthew. Was just about at the locker room, so to speak, at the GC Foster College. Had to take care of some business, and as we predicted, the bragging rights have started. Can't say on air exactly what was being said, but it is fun times whenever the college boys win. Senior men don't like it as much, but it is fun time. And to be honest, there are times when the program for the college athletes are a little bit ahead of the senior athletes. College athletes have to think about stuff such as pens and the
intercollegiate championship.
Intercollegiate, that's where I was going. And senior athletes only have to think about July for national championships. You have to be ready for national championships and then world championships after. So the program for the senior guys may be a little bit behind where the college guys are, and they took opportunity. They took advantage of the opportunity today to earn those bragging rights.
Help to make Western relays possible.
It's not going to be too friendly on the dawn tonight, but as we see the Kingston College team come out, I think that's one of the, no, is it? I was thinking that was one of the twins.
University of Nebraska track team, world-class athletics, Byron Lewis, Dalkeith Hannah, Dr. Patrick.
Is that one of the Henry twins, Matthew? Can't see from my angle here.
Thank you, JCK Consulting Group. Thank you, Track Alert.
But Kingston College, they have done well as well. Lost the open 4x4 event. Had a mishap in class 4, but they have done well. Class 2, class 3, class 1, 4x100 meters event. So let's see what happens. Interesting, you read a result as well for the 800 meters class 3. A Kenyan at Kingston College, 2:02. That's a big run for class 3. So interesting. Okay, just want to mention, we're just being told, we've been mentioning the time between events. We've been told why that time is. Me director just informing us that the time between races is increased, so to facilitate sanitization efforts. So we have a little bit of break between each races, so we can have sanitization being done. Still in the midst of a pandemic, COVID is still about. So this adds to the meat, this adds to the logistics, as I said. So it's not just about having less schools or less competitors, less teams. You also have to factor in that additional effort to sanitize and to ensure that we have a safe meet.
Asking all the competitors for the 4x800 meter relay, kindly make your way to the call room. Competitors for the 4x800 meters, kindly make your way to the call room. Only 3 teams reported for the sprint medley for boys. Bustamante in lane 4, Kingston College lane 5, Very Technical lane 6.
So only 3 teams, you may have heard, only 3 teams showing up for the sprint medley. That's Kingston College, Bustamante, and Veer Technical. So in lane like here we go, lane number 4 would be Bustamante. Kingston College is listed to be in lane number 5 with Veer Technical in lane number 6. Let's see if that is what's on track. Yes, it is. So in lane number 4, Bustamante. Lane number 5, Kingston College. And in lane number 6, Veer Technical. Mouchette, a no-show for this event. So only 3 teams showing up.
Stand there, bro.
Kingston College, they will want to close out the day strong. Sprint medley and the 4x800 meters, the final 2 events they'll take part in. Will definitely want to add to the win column here. Long hold.
We go now for the 1600 sprint medley open for boys. This event sponsored by Jake. That's a
Very technical, taking it out hard on the opening 400 meters leg, going to 250. It's very technical doing the running. Kingston College in the mix as well, but just conserving energy. Very technical on the outside, not being able to see the athletes to his inside, taking it out hard for the first 300 meters. Comes into the home stretch now. That's very technical with the advantage. Kingston College tracking with Bustamante further back. Very technical now coming through for the first change. They have about a 7-meter advantage at the change. Very technical, the first 200 meters leg, opening up that lead on Kingston College. Kingston College looking to respond, not being able to do so far. Very technical, about 10 meters ahead. Very technical makes the second pass for the second 200 meters leg. Lost a little bit of ground on that exchange, and Kingston College made advantage of that, gaining some momentum on very technical. Kingston College trying to close the gap. Very technical though still ahead. Very technical will hand over about 7 meters ahead. Kingston College now starting to track very technical. First 100 meters of 800 meters leg out of the way. Kingston College still tracking very technical. Bustamante further back, about 20 meters behind Kingston College. Very technical though, looking easy with about 250 meters gone in 800 meters leg. Kingston College athlete though trying to track him, trying to get close for a final kick. Bustamante, they are in 3rd position. The gap opening up to about 30 meters, but Kingston College now starting to get closer and closer to very technical, not overdoing it. It's Kingston College is pouncing like a cheetah, waiting on his prey, smelling blood in the water. That's a Kingston College athlete, has now cut it down to 1 meter. No, makes his move, goes past very technical. Doesn't look as very technical will be able to respond. Kingston College now starting to open that lead. It's now up to 5 meters for Kingston College. Kingston College with about 150 meters to go. Kingston College opening that gap now to about 10 meters. That's Kingston College turning now into the straightaway. It's Kingston College still in the lead with about 15 meters. The gap now, Kingston College opening up that lead, going to about 20 meters now for Kingston College. I think they have that all wrapped up. Kingston College now coming through to the line. Time on the clock is 3 minutes 32.39. The flash time, very technical, coming through now for second position. And Bustamante, they're about 120 meters away from the finish line. We wait on their athlete to finish for the conclusion of this event. Bustamante about 80 meters now away from the line. We wait to see what the flash time is. But Kingston College, Matthew, they now add to the win column. That's win number 4, I think, for Kingston College. They've done the job. 800 meters to come. There is rumors of a big clash in the 800. So let's see what happens. But Kingston College in the sprint medley, they have done the job.
Yeah, impressive running there on the anchor leg for Kingston College. I always say the 800-meter leg is make it or break it for the sprint medley. 2 laps is a lot of time to be able to catch and perhaps pass your opponent. We saw Kingston College do just that. Impressive running early though. From very technical, and they'll have something to smile about, even though
I was very, very, very impressed with the athlete from Kingston College. Never panicked. That's a mistake that a lot of athletes tend to make at the sprint medley. They try to go too hard too early, and then they have issues in the final 300-400 meters. Kingston College athlete though did not fall prey to that. He tracked the very technical athlete, took his time, knew that it was 800 meters, didn't have to make all 10 meters up in that first 400, did the job, and then with about 300 meters to go, attacked, got past the very technical athlete, and the very technical athlete just did not have anything to respond once Kingston College made his move.
So just some results coming in from Camperdown. Brian Lavelle, the new season's best of 10.46 in the 100 meters.
Signs posted throughout the venue, reminding
wow.
you to always and to practice good hand hygiene.
Brian Lavelle,
protocols at all times.
10.4, and we're February.
It is greatly
we're in February, folks. 10.4. I think Johan Blake ran earlier today. 10.29 shows you how close Brian Lavelle is to the very elite of Jamaica's sprinting. Brian Lavelle is still 18 years old. He's still a junior, still eligible for the World Juniors later on this year. It's going to be interesting to see what he chooses, Hubert, because I think he can make the senior team, but a medal is there for him for the taking at the World Juniors.
Spoke to his coach, Leo Powell, and Coach Powell told me that they weren't making a definite choice between the two. They were going to prepare themselves and take on the championships that they qualify for. So both senior and junior championships are still on the Brian Lavelle radar.
Question, Hubert. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Okay.
Not far from my father's house.
Not far. I understand we can stay there and look at the track from there.
Yes.
Yes. Now I'll give you away a location, but there you go. So you're Brian Lavelle.
Yes.
Make it to the senior trials.
Yes.
You don't get top 3. You maybe get top 6, make the relay team. You now have the opportunity, you're told, to choose making it to the World Championships as a relay alternate, or to go to the World Junior Games.
You've got to go to the World Juniors. That's a chance to make your mark on the age group that you're in at the time. He is still with a lot of development to come. It would be great to be like Dexter Lee in 2011, go to the World Championships, run in the heats, Jira Levy, run in the heats. And maybe or not, Dexter Lee, no more senior team appearances, but Jerry Levy, plenty of senior team appearances in the future after 2011. But if I'm Brian Lavelle and his coach, and he makes both teams, but one is just a relay alternate, and there's a schedule clash, I don't think there is, but there's a schedule clash, I'd be going to the World Juniors.
Interesting.
So because I'm safe here, I can say what I think.
Here's the thing, though, Hubert. As I mentioned, made the finals, senior finals last year. Ran 10-2, 10-2, 10-3. Missed out on a relay spot. I think he's still a year or two away from being among the top three at the senior level. There's still guys who I think are just better than him right now.
He's got a fight in his hands at the juniors. Sandra Davidson is a junior. St. Catherine High was on that silver medal 4x1 in Nairobi last year, and he is aiming high. He thinks he can be among the medals at the World Juniors this year. So it's interesting to have two youngsters back in school, both wear sky blue, and both have a chance, I think, to make the national junior team, and maybe one of them on the senior team as well. And we are going through an ongoing men's sprint transition. So a strong junior, Greg Prince and Diego, not a junior this year, but national junior champion last year, is in great shape. Hungry, injured first part of 2021, could only come to hand at 4x1. Jamaica, San Diego, a school record 39.75. So he and Davidson and Lavelle, if I were their coaches, if I were them, I'd be thinking there's an outside shot to make the national senior team.
Definitely is. As you said, Jamaica sprinting still in transition. We're still waiting on some of the youngsters to come through. Mentioned Wazim and Akeem Blake and Sasheen Dennis. There's a lot there.
Matheson's still out there at Florida State.
Tyreek Wilson still out
there. The Dream Team is out there. Taylor is definitely 400, but Michael, Stevens and Russell are in good training camps, and there's every possibility that some of them could become top-class internationals.
But Matheson as well.
After you go through Bolt and Blake and Powell and Freighter and Cameron Bailey Cole and Nesta Carter, you're going to have a drop-off. That's a dream.
Especially with the population that we have.
Any nation losing that caliber of sprinter all at the same time or happening at the same time. Blake is still sprinting, semis, and you have Oblique Seville. Fantastic young prospect, Olympic semis, material in the 4x1.
47-1 today.
We've coached Glenn Mills, who understands sprints like no one else on the face of the planet. I mean, you have to think that he has a chance to mature into a 9.8, 9.7 sprinter.
This year?
Soon. This year, well, this year is World Championships, so is next year. 2024 is the Olympic Games, and 25 is the World Champs again. So in that stretch, he and Matheson and Stevens and Wilson and DeJour Russell and Wazim Williams and Matheson, all of them together, just as in the golden era, could come together and become 9.8, 9.7 sprinters at the same time.
At the same time.
So
and that would be revolutionary.
You cannot cook a meal and eat it raw. You have to wait till it's cooked. So we're in the process where we're waiting until this new concoction of Jamaican sprinting is ready to roll. And when it starts to roll, it could be something dangerous.
Very dangerous. I think thinking of also the JC boys led by Ryan Ford.
Former Ryan Robertson. Has been in some of the big meets at 60 meters.
Yeah.
Fantastic prospect when I saw him at Jamaica College as Ryan Robertson. And so we just have to wait for them to come. And I heard people talk about Lavelle, how it reminds them of a young Asafa Powell. Powerful, raw. That's how Greg Prince looks to me. Like a young Asafa Powell, big, powerful, travels. I think those three boys still in school. Davidson, I'm adding to my three now. Lavelle, Prince,
Davidson.
and Davidson. Those three boys look for all the world like top-class prospects.
Yep.
And all three have something in common. A lot of tread left on the tire.
Yep.
So when you go to college, let's see if some of them do go college, if they go straight to the pros, to an expert sprint coach here or abroad. That coach has a lot of tread on the tire to exploit to make them into top class runners at the next level. fantastic.
Yeah.
But we just have to be patient.
And that's the problem with a lot of Jamaicans, Hubert. We're not very patient. We want it now, and if we don't get it now, there's a lot of complaining.
I saw a 6.57 for Lamont Jacobs indoors.
Mhm.
Olympic champion, 9.80. That's faster than Bolt ran in Rio, 9.81. Bolt didn't have to run fast on that day. Did the business, got it done. The number 3 100-meter win in a row. No one ever did that before. No one ever done it. May ever do it since. But it's 9.81.
So 2 teams for the
Jacobs is
4x800
9.80. Coleman is back. He's a 9.74 man.
Edwin Allen and
Look sharp at Milrose indoors. So you won't get past. Can feel my dream has come true 3 times straight.
Yep.
So, I'm a netball fan. Hopefully it will come through in netball too. But what we do with champs, what we do with the GC Foster, we're at GC Foster now.
Right.
It's 42 years old this year. That's the first generation is Michael Dyke, Danny Hawthorne, Michael Clark, all of them in the first set of graduates from GC Foster, early graduates from GC Foster. Maurice Wilson is here now.
About to take the track.
Late Jimmy Grant, coach here.
800 meters.
Michael Clark, coach here, and taught lots of young coaches. And so we now have a brain trust that goes down to prep and primary. So when they get to Coach Wilson, Coach Francis, Coach Mills, they know the language. They understand what we're talking about with 4-leg extension and, core strength. They know what that means. Don't have it quite so much in other sports. Here's the 4x8s now.
Straight shootout this 4x800 between Homewood Technical and Edwin Allen. Final girl event. Edwin Allen has won everything so far.
Just 2 teams in the 4x800 meters. And
that's up.
in light blue, Edwin Allen on a roll, and Homewood on the results of this season. Homewood slightly stronger at 4x8 this season, and we will see if that carries all the way through the 4x800 meters.
Well, we'll see. This is the longest event that will be contested on track. Should take about 8 minutes. In 8 minutes or so, we'll
for the girls,
find out.
9.5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And of course, the pen relays record 8:44 by Vertec with Ines Turner. So that's a powerful result. But the Homewood team, Samantha Price, looked so good a few weeks ago here, winning a double, 3,800, and
Homewood
have the lead and starting to push the pace on the second lap.
So Edwin Allen having some work to do. Homewood Technical leading. Still in
looks as if Homewood Technical has started to make her move after about 500 meters.
It's a role reversal. The last several seasons, outstanding 4x8 teams from Edwin Allen, and not so good at 4x4. They've run a season-leading 4x4 here, and their 4x8 team now 50 meters back from Homewood. They've had great 4x8 teams in the past as well, and that's Dave Anderson, the coach at Homewood, has Samantha Price in his team. She 2:14.7 here on this track 2 weeks ago, and now it's Homewood who powered on the straightaway at the end of the first leg. Homewood clear
8 minutes
of
47.26. The change made.
So the change made.
2:10.6 for the first lap. And
Edwin Allen have some work to do.
Jordan Mitchell thought she was on the medley, but here she is now on the second leg.
The record is sealed.
Hubert, this looks as if it's going to be a blowout for Homewood. They now have what I'd consider about a 30 meters lead over Edwin Allen, and she's opening up the gap. It's not maintaining, it's not getting smaller, she's opening up the gap. That's Jodianne Mitchell. She looks very, very strong.
She's in great shape this season. Spoke to Dave Anderson 2 weeks ago. She's training well, and a former champion knows what it's like to win. End of the third lap, first half of the second leg, and Mitchell has a 10, 20, maybe 30 meter lead over Edwin Allen, and she's cruising now down the straight in front of the fans.
Definitely looks as if she's cruising, getting ready to maybe attack again for the final 200 meters on her 800 meters leg.
Got a great start, 2:10.6 in the first leg, and I said the lead was 30 meters, but the lead is stretching. It's 35 meters, 40 meters or so.
Definitely stretching. Let's see if Jodianne Mitchell attacks again with 200 meters to go. We'll watch for that.
The splits on the 4x8 resemble the flat races as well. So she's gone 2:13.7. So let's see if she gets near that on the split. No one near to her, so there's a danger that you start to cruise and give back space to the team chasing. But so far, Mitchell looks great.
Mitchell does look great. Edwin Allen looks to close the gap maybe by 5 meters or so. But I'm expecting Jodianne Mitchell to attack again in the final 100 meters.
She's cruising, Damian. Edwin Allen hustling, and the gap definitely closing. It's Homewood in the claret. Edwin Allen hustling, trying to catch up. The lead still 10, 15 meters, and it's Homewood with Mitchell ending the second leg, and she's gone through 2:13.9, so nearer 2:13.7 earlier this season at this location.
Yeah, look, you called it, Hubert. It looked as if her relay split would be pretty close to what her open time was, and that is exactly what happened. Edwin Allen still trying to respond, but that gap still about 20 meters, 15-20 meters. But there's hope as long as you're still going. But Homewood Technical looking supreme.
Looking very good. The lead beginning to stretch again. These ladies fresh after the baton change. Their predecessors tiring near the end. That's natural. But Homewood have a commanding lead over Edwin Allen. No, Kean Green, she's in the States on scholarship now, and comfortable cruising run by Homewood so far.
If you're Edwin Allen, Hubert, you have to make a move on this leg. You have to cut the gap on this leg. Can't rely on the anchor leg to make up all that ground.
They've got Jess McLean to anchor. She 11 minutes for 3,000 meters this season. Third at champs last year in class 1, and maybe they feel she can make this up. The lead.
Edwin Allen girls now starting to get a little bit boisterous as the gap is closing every step, Hubert.
It was 30 meters not that long ago. Now it's 3 meters. Homewood overtaken by Homewood, and Jess McLean steps onto the track for Edwin Allen, outgoing senior.
If you're Edwin Allen, do you keep on the gas or do you try?
She's got to keep on going. Here comes Homewood. Circles, goes past Edwin Allen on the top curve. A royal battle between two great schools in Jamaican high school track and field. Edwin Allen.
Edwin Allen coming back.
Come past Homewood. Homewood fades, and Edwin Allen comes back and takes the lead. Jess McLean will get the baton in front. It's Edwin Allen who get the baton to the outgoing senior, Jess McLean, on the anchor leg.
Oh my word, Hubert Lawrence. We thought this was over when it was about 40 meters, but Edwin Allen responding on the third leg as anticipated, taking the lead. Now they're about 5 meters ahead of Homewood Technical, who are trying to respond. We have about 650 meters to go in this leg. Let's see what happens.
Coach Michael Dyke has set this team up perfectly. He's given the baton and anchor to his outgoing senior Jessica McLean. Medals from Class 3, medals in Class 2, medals in Class 1 last year. Here she is cruising on the first leg of the first lap.
She has to do the business on this leg. This is the event that we thought they were vulnerable at the 4x800 meters, Edwin Allen, but they still lead with about 450 meters to go. Jessica McLean has it all in hand to have the Edwin Allen girls sweep.
It's McLean of Edwin Allen. Homewood second. Homewood led all the way till halfway the third leg. And I get the sense, Damien, they're playing cat and mouse on the last lap.
Definitely playing cat and mouse on this last leg. Both athletes waiting on each other to make that final move with about 300 meters to go. But I think Jessica McLean looks strong. She looks as if she's ready to respond to any sort of move coming from Homewood.
Here comes Homewood. McLean in front from Edwin Allen. 2:50 to go. Huge battle on the anchor leg. Light blue Edwin Allen. Frankfield. Claret and brown is the Christiana School Homewood. McLean kicks in a top gear. Medals last year at championships. Has run behind Rushing Dwyer all through the classes. Here she has the baton and the responsibility. A little dodgy move on the inside. And McLean hits the gas again. It's Edwin Allen over Homewood. A close race finishes with Jessica McLean finishing fast for Homewood.
That is the sweep.
Jess McLean 2:11.3 and Edwin Allen 8:48.57.
Definitely. Fantastic leg there by Jessica McLean. Athlete from Homewood tried to attack a couple of times, and every time she attacked, Jessica McLean stood up and got going. She responded to the surge from the Homewood athlete. Each time there was a surge and kept in front, and in the final 50 meters just kicked into final gear and took the race for Edwin Allen there. Sweep for Edwin Allen.
Both teams under 8 minutes 50, and a little moment at the end where there was some smart moves at the top of the straightaway.
Yep.
Edwin Allen trying to guard the position, Homewood trying to dip inside, but in the end, McLean, senior at Edwin Allen, takes the bacon home for her school, Edwin Allen.
Got the job done. Coach Michael Dyke showing his worth. You think maybe you want to put your senior athlete on the opening leg, get a big lead, but no, he had her on that final leg. To do what she just did. Third leg runner as well. Did a fantastic job to bring Edwin Allen back in. That's a risk, Hubert. When
teams come for
you have
boys and 4x800 meters.
Your strongest runners on third and fourth leg, you run the risk of being run out of it and never being able to get back. But Edwin Allen, they've done the job. Sweep, complete sweep here at Western Relays. We're talking about the girls class 4, 4x100, the girls class 3, 4x100. The girls class 2 4x100, girls class 1 4x100, girls 400 meters open, girls sprint medley, and finally the girls 4x800 meters, all being won by Edwin Allen. What a meet the girls from Frankfield are having, Matthew.
And this signals their intentions. They intend to win. I mean, a commanding performance by Edwin Allen. We all expected Homewood, their very strong team, to come out here and perhaps take this one away from Edwin, but they fought to the finish. An excellent leg by the athlete on the third leg by Edwin Allen. I was really impressed by that run. And the battle home is all you can ask for in track and field, really. It's what makes the sport exciting. So it was a good run, and we look forward now to the boys 4x800 meters. We have two giants here as well, in Jamaica College and Kingston College.
This is one of the races that I was told about earlier in the day that would be the crackerjack of the meet, and that's the boys 4x800 meters event where we have Jamaica College and Kingston College battling it out. I'm being told that this is going to be super fast, and expect big performances from both schools. So let's see how this one goes.
So is that still happening? I don't recall hearing of that one.
Don't recall it happening in recent times. So from basic school
Definitely haven't been
Spring Factory
short of excitement though here at the GC Foster Complex.
The 4x800 meters for boys.
Not big fields. Haven't had a lot of athletes, haven't had a lot of teams. As we mentioned earlier in the day, the number of teams definitely reduced, but the excitement, the quality, it's all been on display so far today. And we're going to close out, as I said, with one of the more anticipated events. The 4x800 meters event.
College in 3, Bustamante in 4, Kingston College
and
in 5.
The Henry twins are definitely there. I definitely do see them.
So the fastest Class 1 boy in high school this year, Javon Blake of Jamaica College, he'll be a part of this JC
Blake is
team.
there, yes.
He ran 1:51.24 earlier this year. Kingston College has Gianni Henry as the second fastest 800 meter, 1:51.96. Also this year, the third fastest is Handel Roban.
Roban is also there.
Of Jamaica College.
So this is the big team. The big teams.
So we have the number 1 and number 3 ranked in this race.
Away they go now. 3 teams are on track. Are we looking for the excitement in this one? Jamaica College is there. Kingston College is there.
JC, KC, Bustamante High.
So Kingston College, Jamaica College, Bustamante.
Kingston College.
800 meters. This event sponsored by SDF.
Being tracked by Jamaica College here. Jamaica College starting to just pull slightly ahead of Kingston College.
Candale Frew of JC leading off for the boys from 189 Old Hope Road, and he's got a lead over Kingston College, and it looks like Coach Johnson, Dwayne Johnson, not that one, but the coach of the JC Middle Distance Group, has put in a strong unit today. And Frew, medalist last year in Class 2, starts to crank it up at the end of the first lap.
59.4 on the clock for the first 400 meters. That is a decent first 400 from Frew, as Kingston College now starts to respond. Let's see if Frew can respond with about 150 meters to go.
KC have a fine Middle Distance crew as well. Got their former Class 3 gold medalist on lead-off duty. And Frew sees a danger, tries to keep pace, but it's KC in the lead. I know Coach Pagan sometimes likes to set his team up to lead from the very front to take the race on from the beginning. It's Kingston College over JC, and a storming finish for Kingston College. JC suffering a bit down the stretch, and they come to the first exchange, and Javon Blake gets the baton eventually for JC, 156 flat, and looks like Gianni Henry for KC in the lead.
Frew looked a little bit short of work there for me, Hubert. Looked a little bit winded in the final 100. JC now a little bit behind with Henry twin on second leg for Kingston College.
And of course Blake, 13 CXCs, 6 Cape subjects, 5 of them ones, and has to figure out how to attack this. Does he attack all the distance in a short space of time? Or does he spread his effort out? He's a 148 man, bronze at champs last year in Class 1, and starts to catch up on the home stretch, first lap.
The Henry twins though, Hubert, they're known for their relay heroics. They're not going to let it go, as Blake now tries to catch up.
They've been battling since Class 3, of course. Henry boys have beaten Blake before in their earlier classes when it seemed their favorite, and it's KC in purple and white, JC in blue and white. It's the last race of the day at the 43rd Western Relays, and KC, who always come here, have the lead over JC, who hardly come here in the 4x8s. Henry leads Blake. KC leads JC. And they start to hustle past the back goalpost towards the Strathmore Gardens end. And Blake goes on the outside, tries to take Henry for Jamaica College. This is close racing. JC on the outside, KC on the inside. Jevon Blake, the captain of the JC team, tries to put his chest in front. Henry fights him off, but no, Blake just eases by. It's Jevon Blake, the JC captain, who makes the pass in front. 151.7 for Jevon Blake. JC has the lead.
Wow, big running there for Giovanni Blake. 151.7 on his leg.
Thank you so much.
Omarion Davis saved championships for JC last year, fell in the medley, got back up, and kept his team in the hunt with a bronze medal performance. Former Class 3 champion, it's Jamaica College lead the medley now with KC a bit back. 4, 5, 6 meters, it's JC over KC.
Omarion Davis now starting to stretch that lead, as you said, now about 7 meters going into 8 meters as they try to catch up to Bustamante and see if they can lap that athlete. But it's still Omarion Davis and Jamaica College who continue to lead with about 8 meters ahead going into the final 400 meters now.
15 meters, 20 meters clear is Jamaica College. The last race of the day, 43rd Western Relays.
Jamaica College pulling out the big team here, and they look to have been able to put up the numbers so far.
Matthew, Damian, Hubert in Spanish Town in the 4x8. The lead, 20 meters now. JC's quality at class 1, 8 and 15 beginning to tell. This is JC now, away from KC on the third leg. Omarion Davis, we know his heart is blue, but his courage is huge. Saw him at champs last year, and here he begins to step on the gas. Around the top curve, into the straightaway, and JC will get to Handel Roban, World Junior Silver semi-finalist at 800. Well clear. Big finish. Big.
Yeah, you don't anticipate any problems here for Jamaica College?
I don't think so.
This sort of lead with
156.3 on the third leg for JC. And now it's Handel Roban, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, outgoing JC senior, no longer junior. He says his team, talked to him last week, says his team is ready for the Gibson 4x8. He's going to show it now.
Definitely. Gap now about 25 meters, going into 30 meters, Hubert Lawrence, as Roban goes up past Bustamante athlete there, lapping him.
So Jamaica College.
And opening up that lead with about 500 meters to go. Lead now about 30 meters. All but over now, Hubert.
On his way to Penn State University for college when his school days are over at Jamaica College. I spent a great time at JC, and here starts to step forward. Roban with a 30-meter lead with a lap to go.
Yes, and the athlete on second is actually third.
Henry Twin now trying to respond to the gap open up.
Their team is in third place at the moment.
But as I said, with about 300 meters to go, it's pretty much all in the bag for Jamaica College, even though Henry is putting on somewhat of a show, trying to narrow that gap down now to 15 meters.
Just before Roban 152 flat here for 800 meters. Looks, his head goes up a little bit, but it looks good. Henry in second for Kingston College, but JC in charge of 815 all season. Carry this home in the last event of the 43rd Western Relays. Is Roban for JC, 152.9, KC second, 736.05, and Haldan Roban of St. Vincent the Grenadines finishes 152.9, anchor leg for JC.
Workman performance from all the Jamaica College athletes, nothing extravagant, no 150s, no 148s, everybody putting in the work to get the work done. 7 minutes 36.76, a new record there for Jamaica College as they dance up a storm on the track there. Jamaica College just strong at 800, 1500. Fantastic team.
Roban told me that they were ready, the team, when I spoke to him last week here at this location. It's breezy, it's hard to run circuit races in this condition, but still a record 7:36 for Jamaica College. Roban 152.9, polished professional performance by JC.
Polished performance record here. It has to bode well for them for later on in the year when we get to pen relays, 4x800 meters. If they keep this team together and everybody keeps on improving into the season, certainly go into pen relays as one of the favorites for the 4x800 meters.
All mark held by Kingston College, broken in front of them by a super JC team.
Definitely. At Kingston College, let's not discount them. They're a very strong team led by the Henry twins. But they just did not have the kind of quality today to challenge that Jamaica College team. You're talking about two guys running 152, 156, third leg runner, and they just had too much quality on the day. Just too much quality. Close the day out on a record.
I think so. It's a great way to finish. Because of the wind, because of the COVID protocols, we have to be very careful. We managed here today. The officials have managed to get the move moving, smooth it all the way through, finishing, I think, a little bit ahead of time, and with a record at the very end. That's a punctuation mark you won't forget.
That's a punctuation mark you won't forget. As we said with Excelsior earlier today, when you run the 400 meters, you want to make that statement at the end of the meet, and I think Jamaica College has made the statement here. The statement is Jamaica College, they are the dandadas at the 800 meters, at the middle distances. Can't touch them. They have too much quality.
JC, no Kimario Bygrave today, so they've got more to give at 4x800 meters, and it may be that in the more sheltered confines of the National Stadium at Gibson McCook a couple of weeks from now, they could go faster.
I definitely expect them to go faster. I thought Fru for me looked a little bit shorter work. At the end of his 800 meters, he was on the infield. Looked a little bit winded, so I think he gets a little bit more work in over the next couple of weeks. He gets fitter, faster. You're going to see a faster JC team.
I think so. So great day. KC, Edwin Allen, top of the pops. JC popping for a cameo, record in the 4x800 meters. Overall, a great day to watch. Your highlights?
My highlight has got to be the girls 4x100 meters. Didn't get a record, but they looked fantastic. Fantastic team, just running easy and getting to 44.3. I think that has to be my highlight on the girls' side. On the boys' side, it has to be the record run from Jamaica College.
Edwin Allen, 8:48.5 with McLean 2:11.3. She looks sharp and nice, but Matthew, you're more sprints and hurdles. What are your highlights today?
I really appreciated the 4x4s, to be honest. I loved how they were executed. I felt like Edwin Allen had a very, very good team. I also like the men's 4x4 where we had Excelsior battling with KC. I always look forward to David Riley's 4x4s, and they did well today. Outside of that, I really like JC's record as well. They have a strong team. I expected this kind of performance, and they delivered. Coach Johnson at Jamaica College, I think, is doing a phenomenal job, and he's continuing doing what he's been doing.
Nebraska track team. Danny Walker, Dr. Dick Strong, Lindy Headley, Ron Seal, Keith Hanna, Byron Lewis.
I'll give you my highlights. Love those 4x800 meters, 8:48.5, and for JC 7:36.8 to break the record. Love the 4x4s, the Excelsior Eagles 3:12.02, very impressive, and the running by the GC Foster men's 4x4 team 3:09.5 to pip the professionals from Sprint Tech. Those to me stood out a mile on a day where it was breezy and sunny and fun all the way. If you've been tuning in all day from Montego Bay, from St. Vincent the Grenadines, because you're watching Handel Roban a while ago, and all those others fine athletes. If you're from Spanish Town and you couldn't come here to watch online on Track Alerts, this is Matthew Tapper, Damon Nugent, and Hubert Lawrence. On behalf of the entire Track Alerts crew, wishing you a happy weekend, and we thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Johan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157.
Jamaica, our land of good and water, has stood steadfast during this period of adversity. And as we make strides to navigate our new normal, we take the time to say thank you to those who've kept us healthy, to those who've kept us safe, to those that ensured we had access to food, and to those who kept us moving. To all our first responders, essential personnel, and healthcare workers, we say thank you for all the good that you have done and continue to do.
I am Camille.
Damon Crawford.
Toshana Forbes.
Constable Matthew Brown.
Dr. Sunita Myrie.
I am
an essential worker.